flies, miles from down below. I know I found my heaven. I found the rumble under my feet. Never less, gonna bring the best. Feeling like I'm best dressed. Feeling I am blessed. I guess I'm feeling lucky. I'm gonna chance this Russian roulette. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I'll never stop. I'm better every beat of my heart, every beat of my heart. Dance till we drop. Bass drum is like a beat of my heart, like a beat of my heart. I'll never stop. I'm better every beat of my heart, every beat of my heart. Dance till we drop. Bass drum is like a beat of my heart, like a beat of my heart. Something in my bones. I am fit to run. Ready for the rampage. Come before the storm whips up. I think I love it. Anticipation starting to build. Stay low, stay low, stay low. Ready to unlock. Whiskey on the rocks. Heavy from the subwaves. Out till 3 o'clock. I'm not looking for lovers. Tonight I'm looking out for myself. Letting go, letting go, letting go. I'll never stop. I'm better every beat of my heart, every beat of my heart. Dance till we drop. Bass drum is like a beat of my heart, like a beat of my heart. Never getting low, set for vertigo. Further as the crow flies, miles from down below. I know I found my heaven. I found the rumble under my feet. Never less, gonna bring the best. Feeling like I'm best dressed. Feeling I am blessed. I guess I'm feeling lucky. I'm gonna chance this Russian roulette. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I'll never stop. I'm better every beat of my heart, every beat of my heart. Dance till we drop. Bass drum is like a beat of my heart, like a beat of my heart.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, The sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the Self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or Vampiric Fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, Vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain a rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses very
Welcome back, ladies and gents, as we are diving into the final day of week 3 for the PUBG Mobile Challengers League. And my name's Contra. Here with me is Sir Clout, as we're going to dive into a very important day for those teams who will want to haul in big points in order to make the cut to the final. So, Sir Clout, we've got a whole lot of covering to do to break down the stories, but of course, we'll also start off with the simple introductions first and foremost. And I've been away for a little bit. You've been also diving into a lot of all the action and the nitty-gritty stuff through the week. Maybe it's about time you fill me in with some of the details of what really went on here in week 3.
Well, frankly speaking, probably no surprises. Guess who's on top now?
Asia Esports.
Exactly! Wow, so surprised! Wow! Okay, they did have a little bit of a dip in maybe one of the days, but it did not truly affected them. They are now back on top again, and this is where all matters, right? But the only but is that Group A ain't playing today. They're done for the week. Although they're on top, but Genesis Esports is just behind them by 21 points. So 6 games and it's Genesis Esports. Come on, at least Genesis Esports. And then you have teams like Young Gatigos, you have teams like Harame Bros, you have teams like Playbook Esports. With the 6 games, they can make do with taking over the number 1 out of the hands of Austria.
Yeah, and 20 points, that's basically an average of maybe 4 or 5 points per round, and easily you will be able to overtake by the course of game 4 or 5 onwards. But, it's even more so important for the teams that are currently placed nearer to the bottom of the standings, who are hoping to catch up against GG, which I do think that there is plenty of work to be done right there on the bracket. We'll elaborate a little bit further. If you guys are first timers to the PUBG Mobile Esports realm, every chicken dinner is 10 points, as the other positions will follow suit with the decrease in numbers. As you can see, second place is going to be 6 point onwards. It will be -1 all the way down to 7th as well as 8th. Any position from 9 to 6 will have no points, and therefore every elimination will be very valuable. And those are our map rotation as we will begin inside Sanhok, followed by 3 rounds of Erangel, and then we move into 2 big rounds of Miramar to wrap up the entirety of the weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be same for you guys who have followed the PUBG Mobile esports scene for quite a while right now, including the map sequence. Except for the timing, it's +8 GMT. So adjust this based on where your time zone is. Now, when it comes to the scoring system, now this is going to be familiar to you guys who have followed the scene, at least for within this year. So we do have a league point system that will be collected over the course of 3 weeks. And these league point systems will determine 2 things: the starting points in the grand finals, and also who will be the top 16 teams who will be in the grand finals as well. That will be the case of our conversation here for today. Since it's the last week, or the last day of the week before we head on to the grand finals, the surviving teams will be important for them to collect all these points, especially for the teams at the bottom 4. Last we tabulated the scores by the end of last week. They will need to make a miracle comeback by the end of today.
That's right. And on top of that, we will also take a look at the current accumulated league standings to also take a look at how much points could they actually accrue, because from the past couple of weeks, we have seen decent runs coming in from certain squads. But the standings for this week, nothing has changed at the top, as Austria Esports, although not playing for today, are holding on to that number 1 spot. They will still be number 1 if it's going to be bad performances being shown by Genesis Esports, but most likely than not, we will see an overtake coming from them. Maybe even Yangon Galacticos can also take over, but the battle for that 16 slot continues on, and that's just a tiny gap between KE as well as RTC at the moment. I really do hope that we can get to see the Singaporean region to back in a high amount of those bonus points if they could, because they absolutely need it for the grand finals.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. It's been a while since we've seen a Singaporean team in the grand finals, but in order for them to do so, it's quite a tall order. At this point, FVE, they are at number 20, 42 points. RTC doing a little bit better at number 16, but they still need a big boost of his standing for them to have a chance to be in the grand finals. As for the groups that we'll be playing today, we'll be focusing on the group B, C, D, and E. At Group A, they are done for this week. We have Harame Bros, Genesis Esports, Yangon Gaticos, Dread Esports, Stranger Esports, Kill Enemy, Playbook Esports, Gold Esports, Time to Quick Esports, Fearless Esports, Elevate Esports, Risk Guys Esports, RTC Esports, Flash Vision Esports, Sin Esports, Good Game Esports, and that's a lot of esports on the screen.
Yeah, it's basically clownless. Almost every single team, you could just put the word esports at the back, and you know that they mean serious business, that's for sure. But for today, you won't be getting any form of action from Austria Esports, Team Max, GOT7, as well as Exquisite Esports. So I feel like other than Austria Esports, who basically have done enough hard work through the week, it is a lot of missed opportunities for the rest of these squads, as I will elaborate in a moment's time, because we got $18,000 on the line. The lion's share of it being 4,500 if they do end up as the top team. And currently it's looking like it's another Austria Esports weekend. Maybe they will have slight increase if provided GE or even Yangon Galacticos can overtake them. There's also individual reward as well as performance evaluation, where the best performing team will get themselves a little bit of bonus of 150, and same goes to the Terminator of the week.
Yeah, and there's a chance that we'll get a different best performance team for the week if Austria Esports gets pushed down, and there's a very, very high chance for that to happen. Look at the current standings here, just to be realistic. But it also means that our tournament gets a little bit more exciting heading on to the grand finals. So it's not like, oh, the cliche storyline of like, oh, this team dominates from the start to the end. At least when it comes to the grand finals, we have like a tight competition. I know a lot of fans out there would, especially for the fans of Austria Esports, would wish their team to just dominate all over, right?
Yeah.
But I'm sure for a lot of the neutrals out there, they want to see a nice competition to the end.
Yeah, me too. I want to just see, a big step up coming from teams that are currently in the mix of all these struggles that they had throughout the week 1 as well as week 2 and week 3. We're already getting very close to the grand finals, which means that only the best will prevail. That's the nature of the tournament, and likely enough, heading to week 3, we've definitely seen a lot more shakeups as in comparison to a couple weeks prior to that. So they had a real nice break, but this is what we do have in store right now within the realm of PUBG Mobile.
How do you want to do this? So I have not heard your audition tape for the for any of these before. Probably hasn't been done yet this season, but we can give it a go. I think this one is pretty straightforward, so it should sound like version 3.4 Blood Moon Awakening theme mode is here. Download the new version right now and get access to new theme areas, items, transformation mechanics, and PvE gameplay to explore. Make sure you download it right now because it is very, very worth it. If not, I will come find you and haunt you in the night.
Wow, you are gonna haunt me tonight. I don't want that to happen. I'm absolutely getting into the game for more of these game modes to be played out. And of course, the brand new Royal Pass is currently available, and you can only grab it till the end of, or should I say, the middle of November. So you can get your hands onto the Spirit Sentry set, and it's so much more. You can also get those upgrades all the way up to level 100 if you guys are lazy to grind, so you'll be able to be rewarded with the exclusive elimination broadcast as well. So make sure you check it out, as the RP set is available with pretty much on a very good value, and you also do get the max rebate of 720 UC. So that's definitely a bang for a buck, or if you're looking to still look really cool in your match. So you get these. So now we dive quickly into predictions, and we already seeing, we have those predictions that are leaning towards, who's going to win out of the game. I feel like today's story is going to be a little bit different from us from the English stats, because I think we're looking at teams who are desperate for the points, who needs to push. And I think KE is somewhere close to that borderline.
Although Flash Vision have a extremely slim chance, like 0.0001% to be in the grand finals, but well, we want to see every team go back with a chicken dinner at least, right? And Flash Vision Esports this week, they have not got a chicken dinner yet, so might as well at least put your name out there, have a poster before the season wraps up. That's for me. But looking at our other colleagues on the other broadcast, right? So we got a double for Young Radicals and a double for Playbook Esports. Both heavy hitters though, so I can absolutely understand why they picked that.
Yeah, and of course, you guys could also have your own say. Scan that QR right down below, and you'll be able to see a list of votes that you could actually go for each respective match on who you think is going to get the chicken dinner. And not only that, you can also vote for the MVP of your pick. So with that being said, that's going to be the your number one player out of the many in the list. And I think like we've already seen so many brilliant plays out there, and I already saw that there's a timer right above me, so we're gonna be moving very quickly into Sanhok. Any form of expectations on the line for our final 6 games of the weekend?
Ooh, since it's the last day, right? I expect some teams have the mentality of we got nothing to lose. Let's just do whatever, and they may be disruptive to the teams that have still a lot more to play for, and that makes for a very exciting matchup. But without further ado, of course, we're going to start our day with the one and only Sanhok. Let's head on to it.
And here we go, as we will just have the perfect scenery to kick things off with. We've always known that this map has been relatively rowdy, but throughout the course of the weeks, there are also circumstances that sees team to be playing maybe a little bit safer in the early game. No matter how the flight path goes, we will still see pretty much a good spread. But have there been any form of early fights taking place throughout the week, since I've been kind of MIA for a couple days already? Are we expecting any of those fights? As currently we see RTC moving directly into the caves. Perhaps there might just be small little pickoffs that can happen, but we will definitely focus onto some parts over on the north, as well as somewhere towards the islands, because there's always these 3 teams on board: RSG, Elevate Esports, as well as Sin Esports. Something might actually brew up in a couple of minutes.
Well, I'm already seeing the signal on the map. Looks like something happened inside a bootcamp involving the team that you predicted to do well. KE is in this area sharing this bootcamp together with another team, and it looks like they had a head start here by getting the first elimination, but GetSlow fights back.
Only got that vector with him though, and with a couple bullets he could not outstand the wrath of the DBS. Oh, he just got funneled into such a tight space, and of course the best way to clear out is with any shotguns that you can get your hands on. Only 1 casualty on each side, but there is at least a good spread coming from the members of KE.
Well, now for KE, they have 1 player down, but he should be able to be revived. Not going to be an issue. Let's see what's going to happen with NC2. I think he's planning his escape from behind. So that's why he's like circling around, trying to loot as much as possible and make that escape through that hill. But that will also mean that he might have to leave his teammate inside a boot camp. So I don't know what's going through his mind. Does he have that mentality of like, okay, no man left behind? Or it's like, sorry, man, all for yourself.
Yeah, he's got to take care of himself first and foremost. It doesn't seem like NC2 has any form of aids that he can even use to heal up at the moment, but he definitely will still provide a little bit of assistance, so that 762 is not going to be the last thing out against all 3 members of KE. So provided with a little bit of room, I'm just surprised that KE did not commit to that lone member inside of the main compounds, and now 762 can look to make an escape. And I think that this can be easily done now that he's already moving on to the edges. So STE this time, one of the first few times that we actually see them go down like this.
Yeah, and it's not often that we see a bootcamp fight, right? Since bootcamp is like this hot area that that if you were to drop there, you would expect another team to be there. And I'm sure these 2 teams kind of expected that. It's just that KE, they're more prepared. Or maybe they are more lucky in the sense that when they drop, they found the right weapons, they fire back, and then they got the first knock, and the numbers just overwhelm Stranger Esports. Now, leaving Stranger Esports with these 2 players left, and they have not exited bootcamp. KE is on the hunt.
Yeah, they definitely want to draw all 4 points if they could, but take a look at what's over the hill. Genesis Esports have arrived to the scene, and whatever plan of a fight that they do have, I think they will put it to a stop, especially for STE. But problem lies ahead for 762. He could not move out of that compound to regroup with the other member of STE for the moment. NC2, so far transferring from the Thai region, he's definitely brought a whole lot back to Strangers Esports, as they're definitely looking to be poised for perhaps a grand final setup if they could still pull off another really good hustle. But for now, GE They take their chances. They want to eventually overtake Austria Esports, who's currently not playing for today. And they just got themselves into a really prime location up towards the hill. Let's see if they can get anything, though.
Exit frags. That's probably what they're looking for after looking at the elimination feed. But speaking about that as well, looks like Young Gugaticals, one of the players got knocked. No follow-up. We have them on screen, so I believe it's a long-range knock. Shouldn't be a big problem. It's just that they have to use one of their first aids, but that's absolutely fine, I guess.
Yeah. They're going to be all right for now, but I won't say the same about Yangon Galacticos, who has received a little bit of attention. Damage being done, and it seems like NC2 recommits. He will be brought back into these open grounds, and I'm pretty sure that eventually they'll be exposed to GE, but they want to hustle through up against KE, who have one member being knocked down. Campus should be able to pull in that revive. So it will take a little while longer. It's not going to be easy to pick off those members of Strangers Esports from this location. But that nade, oh, it looks real good. This time, bringing Campus dangerously low.
And GE is not a team that shies away from a fight, right? So if they start to see the elimination feed roll, they will hear all the gunshots at the same time. They might want to take advantage by coming as a third party. So they're just waiting for this to happen. So let's see how much will Stranger Esports push KE at this moment. After that one knock, no follow-up, not like they can, because they're in a position that does not give them a good view of what's happening on the outside of the building. So far, everyone's back as a reset. It's still 4v2. And looks like it's a standoff here.
Indeed it is. Meanwhile, on the outskirts, there's a tussle going through between TTQ members as well as what I do believe to be GG. Baby Harry's picked off from the outskirts as he tries to squeeze by. Blue Zone already approaching as the teams are being forced to make those maneuvers. And GG doesn't seem to have any form of vehicles to move with. A little rather unfortunate, as we have definitely seen a lot more vehicles being put to good use in Sanhok in recent times as compared to, you know, back in the days. Everybody's on foot, but I think that that's still not going to be the worst of problems. Not as bad as what this fight seems to be. And, you know, surprisingly, with all four members alive, I'm just wondering why did KE decide not to just go in for a heavy push? They could still do it cleanly, but they're giving too much respect to SDE.
Yeah, I know, right? This is really their opportunity to just go for it. Considering that SDE is not like throwing anything else, they could have a hunch like, oh, they're out of throwables. Like this is their chance to really just hard push in. Or maybe at least throw a smoke to the window just to block off the windows, and then they can rush into the same building, and then they can do the clearance from the inside. That's possible as well. So there are a lot of ways for them to do that. But like what you said, a lot of respect for them, considering that maybe the only thing that's running through their mind is that, oh, there's 16 teams and they're not willing to take the risk.
Yeah, and speaking of risk-adverse measurements, it seems like RSG, despite having an absolute clear passage, they took a little bit of a deep dive into the waters to arrive into Tambang, and they would still have to work their way around because they're going to arrive to the rim of that circle, as the play area will be focused onto Painan, areas like Ruins, and maybe even the Northern South side as the fights go on. And YG have been able to spot a member out of PBE. I want to take a close look at that fight because it could mean something huge between the top teams.
Yeah, it's YG versus PBE. In terms of points, they're real close. So it'll be interesting to see what happens on the other side while we continue to look at this standoff. And the fact that the circle is still somewhat in boot camp, this might take a while. We might need to wait to stage 3 till something truly happens.
Yeah, and I start to understand why they're being so passive in their approach, even despite having 4 members. Dude, take a look at the counter over on the right-hand side of the screen. KE, they can't afford any slip-up because they want to catch up to GG, currently holding on to that 12 spot. But the battle continues here inside Painan. The rest of FV arrives to the scene, putting a little bit of pressure over onto Rick. The rest of the Harame Bro members have to respond to this. Whereas Rick was given enough chance to pop a little bit of meds for himself. This region has always been dangerous with the presence of Harame Bro, so they need to pay enough respect. Master Rick's very close by. It seems like Rick will have a nade tossed perfectly. How did Rick knows that he's hugging by the corner. That beats me, but that was beautiful.
What kind of angle is that? Even Einstein couldn't figure that out. Man, that was really something. Okay, but we're going to get back onto boot camp for now. We're going to see probably the ending between the fight of KE and STE. As Stranger Esports right now only left with 762. His trusted DBS will not do him good enough as Kill Enemy will literally, well, kill the enemy.
Literally that. And as we continue back onto that ongoing fight that we had, Federales managed to pop another grenade, but Rick did not manage to survive. And that was that magnificent nade with crazy trajectories. Like you said, Einstein, I don't think he has an equation for that. So, not that we want to buck the guy as he's been long gone, of course. Mad respect for all the contributions that he had. But Jappy, though, I think he's in a flank angle that can have an impactful run. But here comes Master Riggs going in, cooking another shenanigan, perhaps.
Coming in from the other side, but no direct response yet to Harame Bros. While the elimination feed continue to roll with Fearless Esports. Oh, but it's Jappy who gets the first knock against Master Riggs, and he just arrived in this building. Such an unfortunate situation for the man.
Yeah, he had no clue that Jappy's hugging by the rooftops, and like I did say, Jappy was so impactful holding that flank angle. Now that leaves an even fight, 3 versus 3. And I kind of wish that Master Riggs would have actually been a little bit more diligent, you know, like he was just cutting around the corners. Moment he stepped over onto the top side of the stairwell, immediately responded with perfect sprays coming from the side of Jappy. And they could play here forever if they want for Piranha Bros. They are at the rim of the circle, so the onus is on FVE to try their luck to push through. But even so, if they want to pull out, there's Fearless Esports at the back. There's also RTC across the river.
And the circle is, well, mostly on the Ruins Island now. So anyone on the main peninsula will need to move forward. Imagine KE cutting across. They will probably meet with Sin. GG might meet with GE. And then we got Fearless Esports who have a bunch of teams in front of them. Same goes for Title Quick Esports. So it's not easy for the teams left behind at this point.
Yeah, speaking of which, you know, KE took a little too long to wrap up the fight against Strangers Esports. That might put them in a pinch because this late rotation might actually see them fight up against Sin Esports across that bridge. So, provided if they could actually win out that trade. But for now, we have a very great location for Elevate Esports to hold on. They're over on the south side. Any teams that get past will just have all these sprays being sent their way. While Coca-Cola managed to spot one. I can't even see a thing. I don't know how he does it, but that's how sharp these players are in the lobby, and we expect nothing less. And Coca-Cola actually gets a headshot.
Oh, okay. One on to Smile, though. Smile is not eliminated yet. Again, it could be another long-range knock that he could be revived. Okay, he's crawling, and his teammates are pretty far away, but one of them are on their way, so it should be okay for him. He's behind this rock. He has a decent cover with a tree, so he should be fine.
Yeah, but that also gives a little bit of a telltale warning to GE to not cut over from here. And take a look at the top side of the hill. GG is over onto that elevated area, and perhaps this is the only stance that Genesis Esports will have to care about. They already see a little bit of movement. That is where we will get a full commitment coming in. Shots also being fired at Nor at the moment, so that spot not entirely safe. So we'll see this battle coming in the moment's time. Well, this battle for Pina is not concluded yet as we fixate our eyes onto Jappy.
Okay, Jappy with a name. Sent across. This could be a buy one, free one. Damn! Perfectly executed.
Wow.
Einstein will be proud.
Yeah, more than proud as a matter of fact. And even Kobe Bryant, who would have actually commended him for his efforts at the very same time. Well, no, down to Has, but even shots are fired from across. You got to respect the angles coming in from Federales. Now that has been sorted, we know for a fact that Flash Vision, they don't really have any space to work with. Plenty of teams wrapping around them, but the only way out was to take that fight, they were all bunched up together, needing to pull in the revive. Unfortunately, Harami Bros is not going to give that firm a chance. As we have another quick update, it's Dread Esports, Elevate, as well as Sin Esports that will have a really good time, at least for now. But there's plenty of these teams that need to move by. Coming in from the south, we'll see big battles happening soon.
Oh, man. Look at the amount of teams still on the outside of the circle. It's crazy at this point. But we're going to see more fights here on screen. Renke is going to be the final member of Sin that's still active. And Master D2K, a close one for him, using his final first aid to heal up. Redkit's on the other side though. But him behind this rock, he should be able to reset himself. The other members of KE are still alive. So now it's on to Redkit's call, and his call is to leave this area.
Yeah, KE managed to just plow right through. Sin Esports did not manage to put much of a defense, now left with only one. And GE, they just full sent it into the territories of Harami Bros, and yet again they win out this trade. You can push through, but you cannot hold for long. Jappy has got so many points already. It's 4 in the back, make it 5, as they will happily take claim of these members of Dread Esports. GE trying to even stay afloat, and there's barely any room. He just has a UAZ, but it's not going to work into the waters. Big Nate's now being sent right in. These 3 teams bound for a 3-way warfare, and Cute Loki, he's just pushing through. He isn't within the grass. He has that UMP in hand, but quickly gets spotted out.
Oh, and the fight's not over yet here. Dread Esports against Young Galacticos. Young Galacticos, they cannot afford to lose this round because Harami Bros and GE is still in the game. And Dread Esports, they're rushing in on to Young Galacticos. Water players behind the rocks to try to survive this. Damon gets knocked down from the back. Romeo Boy is going to be the last surviving member for Young Galacticos now. He needs to pull off a clutcher against Dread. But look at this. FRL is on the other side from the lower ground. They will steal away 1 elimination out of the hands of Young Galacticos. Oh, wait a second. It's actually Harami Bros that actually stole that one.
Oh boy, they are definitely in a really tight spot right now, and Yango Galacticos on the last hurdle here. Romeo Boy has got so much to do. But thankfully, there is also a little bit of pressure coming in from the rest of these other players within the sites. Astro X barely has any health. He will deplete through the play zone if he does nothing about healing up. And there we go. Fearless Esports down and out. And in the blink of an eye, by stage 5, we're only left with a total of 8 teams remaining. Zappy trying his chances here with the grenades, hoping to catch onto Dread Esports. And I am just so surprised that Dread Esports, they held true up against YG. And now, this battle here will be legendary with the involvement of Harami Bros.
And Harami Bros now 9 eliminations on the board. GE and Galacticos both have been eliminated. This is their chance to leapfrog against them. But Kayla will not make it easy. As now Scotty got Jappy from the other side. Coca-Cola comes in, but Coca-Cola in an open position will get knocked. However, that's a worthful trade for Elevate. They eliminate Harami Bros.
Wow, they show up huge today. Elevate managed to annihilate their threat. All thanks to Kaler and all thanks to a little bit of pressure being soaked in from Nathan. But here comes even more bombardments. This is a chaotic Sanhok match, and the fights are just inbound every step of the way. Another bait trade coming through. It's going to be unknown that they will take claim. RSG, despite holding it into the far west for a long time, they find a way up too little too late. Only down to Bunny now. But they don't seem to have the best angles, but that does not really matter as Elevate Esports are also trying to take claim. Shots now far back, the Nate does connect. Yatka finds it for Gold Esports, and here we go. 5 teams. And is this not the fastest round of Sanhok that we've ever seen so far?
Man, it is. Stage 5, 5 teams left. Arguably the fastest. I guess there's something that we could have expected when it comes to the last day. Some teams really have nothing to lose and they just play their hearts out. And what are teams? KE, 7 eliminations now. The surviving team with the most eliminations so far. And a full squad.
Yeah, and they definitely have a really solid chance right here. Same could be said about KE that has been able to keep themselves afloat for the most part. The biggest battle that they had was against Sin Esports. They managed to cut over the bridge and now gains that leverage over on the top end of the hill. But they're slightly away from that zone. That is going to be a tough predicament on how they would maneuver across. For now, it's going to be a little bit of a chokehold. Red Esports, they are definitely fancying their spot right now as they will claim the center of the compound. That could potentially be the final compound remaining for them to hold out, and they also sniffed out Kayla.
And Kayla is on the lower ground, but he has the circle, so he can still hold on to this position. Speaking about the circle, it moves towards the right side. KE, they do not have it. They have to cut across the road on the northern side. But Kayla still got eliminated thanks to the flank from the Meals from the south.
Oh boy, last-ditch effort coming in from KE, but they won't be able to hold out Rankit with that perfect spray down. Finds 2 of these members knocked out, of course with a little bit of help coming in from another different squad. Despite being the last man standing, Rankit's doing a decent job, but the pressure is on. Carrillo already got in 4 in the back, looking for Nathan as well. This could mean a little something as Nathan has been preoccupied with the presence of Master DTK. A little bit awkward for them. I don't think that Kaya will be safe. So KE probably will play this with only 2 members. And the zone is already closing in. He's got to make a run. He's not even moving yet. They will slowly chip out. Oh boy, not like this. KE responded way too late.
Oh man, it was tough for them. They had the road to cross, and all eyes went to them the moment they cut across that road. But they fight back though. We got Carrillo, aka Dan, who got a knock, but he went out to the zone. So now KE only has 1 active member left. Wonder where he is. It's probably in the circle. Yeah, there you go. There you go. It's DT on the other side and Crosshairs on him.
Yeah, he's given a little bit of chance to have a little bit of breather with Demios, also keeping concerns over on to the course of the other end of the field, where we'll have the full squad of GOAT Esports. Despite GOAT Esports not really being actively involved in majority of the skirmish, they had ample of that space to take. I'm just surprised that now with the shift, they will have to reposition as they will take this fight up to the Lone Ranger of Sin Esports. That's the D2K barely surviving, hugging by the corner of the tree. Nates are now being sent his way at the very same time. That will be enough to annihilate him. KE, respectable for position with 10 elimination points, while Yaka charges through. And that is also Sin Esports bowing out. 3 versus 3 for now. With 1 member being knocked out, I think the revives will still go through for 21, so they will have a slight advantage.
It's really difficult though. Look at the minimap, like he is alone just on the southern side, and they were to go and save him. They risk being shot. So I wonder if they want to go for it. Okay, the answer is no. Barney say hello, my friend, and 21 eliminated. 3v3 for the chicken dinner.
Yeah, Barney will just have a lot of fun over on the course of these battles. So much space for these members of Dread Esports to work with, to be honest. And now with GOAT members being tucked by the corner of the hillside, I feel like what they could do practically is to really close some of all these angles. But they are also respecting some of that spacing to give a little bit of leverage for some members of GOAT Esports to bypass, takes that lower ridge. But there's barely any form of space. If they still have those nades, this would be the demise of GOAT Esports. But for now, we're left with a couple of Molotovs. Trying to deny that space away. XZ11 can't see anything. Just trying to cover himself up with all these smokes. And now they're all funneled true. It's all Dread Esports at the moment to take this chicken dinner home. They managed to get a couple of knocks. And could they actually find something back? Only 1 member left.
Oh, 1 more to go. And it's now all in by Dread Esports. They will go to finish up the job. Here, match of Dread Esports. Nothing will stop them from scoring the first chicken dinner. The final for the league stage, taken by the one and only Dread Esports.
This was too fast, too furious, but Dread Esports, they were unhinged. They managed to get themselves this massive clean win by playing over on the southern end, and I think they really did a good job despite, they were not as explosive as Harame Bros. They played a very important role by forcing GE to move into Pine 9 because they were holding that bridge over the south side. And all they really have to do is just to ensure that nobody gets close. And that's the whole modus operandi for Red Esports. And it was played out to perfection. So, well, although it's not as flashy, I think that they take those.
I was thinking in another alternate universe, right? If the bootcamp fight was completed earlier for KE, they could have had the advantage of moving into the circle faster. And when they do that, they could have taken the pole position first, and it could be a different storyline for KE. But it is what it is.
Yeah, it definitely was. We saw a lot of beautiful nades coming through. And speaking of those nades, Jappy was just making magic happen. We have, of course, praises with him, just maybe outwitting Einstein himself. But, of course, as the battle commenced early on, by stage 4, we've already lost about half of the field, and we were left with LA Esports having that tug of war up against Yangon Galacticos, surviving to make the cut, and eventually they get themselves that win. So it was just really smart plays, one after another, and it wasn't exactly the easiest of run coming in from Dread, but that was the cleanest we've seen out of Dread Esports through the week.
And our MVP is the Meos, the man who went for rank to secure one important elimination from them being backstabbed, and that 5 eliminations for the Meos, 894 total damage, 8 total knock, 1 assist, 154 total heal, and the maximum survival time of 21.57 seconds. And Dread Esports, frankly, if you ask me, the home worked like a well-oiled engine. It's just that we have to pick one MVP, and it's favorite the Meos.
Yeah, it definitely was just perfectly executed throughout the course of the battle. He was so impactful for Dread Esports on how he take charge in some of all these fights, especially that 3 to 4 way battle somewhere happening in the forest area, which see the rest of Dread Esports coming up on top without even dropping any members. That is a commendable effort. Take a look at those numbers. It's just ridiculous that these guys were so on point throughout the whole game that they managed to clip all these other players out there with a total of 2,155 damage displayed on your screen.
Yep, with a total knockout of 13 and a total assist of 7. So 13 knocks, 9 eliminations. Probably some of them they were not able to complete, but that's absolutely fine. It's still a total haul of 19 points in round number 1, which is not too bad. Total here of 534, and of course the same survival time as the Meals of 21 minutes 57 seconds, and Dread Esports comes out on top. Now Dread Esports, one of the teams that we know that beat them in the grand finals, but it's a matter of how many starting points will they get at.
Yeah, that's really something that we will have to keep our eyes on. So we'll definitely take a look at the standings in a moment's time as we celebrate Dread Esports' success for now. So with that, of course, there are also plenty of other teams that did manage to put a whole lot of effort. I think Harame Bros is definitely within the top 4 at the very least, despite them, of course, crashing out much earlier as in comparison for the rest of the remaining squads. But here we are with only 56 simulation points because we saw certain players, they were denied out of the blue, and we saw the circumstances for KE. They were not allowed to pass through, which is why like Sanhok has always been action-packed, super tough to deal with.
Yeah, it's always a very circle-dependent map, right? Like, it looked like you could stay in the main peninsula, but when it came to stage 2, stage 3, it's that you need to move, and when it's time to move, there are already teams gatekeeping the circle, and that became difficult for some teams. Hence, some individuals resort to just giving themselves up rather than giving the points away to any of the other opponents. Throwable use, 130. I would say it's more on the lower side, even for a Sanhok, but that's understandable again because these teams are forced to move from one island to another. Now, when it points that matter, Dread Esports 19, KE 14, not too bad. Gold 13, Harame Bros 10. So out of our top teams, Harame Bros gained the most points.
Yeah, and overall, I think that this is some good upkeeping, especially for Harame Bros, because GE did not manage to get that many points. We might see this overtake happen when we add all the points to the tally. So great job for the Filipinos' best squad, as they have been looking absolutely on fire from week 1 all the way up to now. They've never really truly dropped the ball. So we'll see if there's gonna be major shifts happening, because this has been a good game for not only the guys out of KE as well as Harame Bros, but Sydney Esports, FRL, they add those important 5-pointers to still be up in the running to try to keep themselves afloat for the grand finals.
Yeah, and when when it comes to the overall standings. So Austria Esports as of now on top. Genesis Esports, last we saw them, scored only 1 point. Ramen Bros, not too bad, but they still have a gap with Austria Esports. Good Galacticos also have a gap with Austria Esports, and they didn't really do many points in the previous round. So if we look at this side, what's the gap right now? Austria at 20 points, Harami Bros 22 points, and Yangon Galactic is 24 points. Still, with 5 more remaining games to go, could happen at the top.
Yeah, plenty of possibilities out there, as even the likes of GE is also having a little bit of signs of struggle to kickstart of this super rowdy game 1. But that was Sanhok, right? GE, traditionally, they work better on some of all these bigger maps, so I am not too worried of what the potential could be. But I saw an asterisk onto Playbook Esports. I really do wonder what exactly went on. Is there adjustments to the points that I should be taking note of?
Well, let's just say they did a boo-boo somewhere. Yeah, and unfortunately, 3 points were deducted. So, yeah, I'll just leave that.
Okay, yeah, I guess that explains. But well, no, regardless of that situation, 3 points isn't too punishing, I would say, for a team of that caliber, which, you know, any other round you would still be able to either play for a decent position or 3 elimination points. So I hope that they learn their lesson. If not, another 3 points, now that would be a little bit more concerning. But, you know, we move on from that. So still, that was a really explosive round of Sanhok. I think it definitely is what will set the tone for what's about to happen in these upcoming back-to-back rounds of Erangel. So 3 rounds, and I'm still looking at the teams that need the points most, because all these bonus points will be tabulated by the end of tonight, and by then, I wonder, you know, is there going to be enough when they tabulate those points? Because at the moment, I want to bring up the current league rankings, right? The teams that really needs it the most right now is Good Game Esports. On those 2 weeks prior, some of the weeks they've only got like maybe 8 points or so in terms of bonus points. So they're definitely at risk. And speaking of risk, the bar is being set by Risk Guys. But this week, I'm not too sure what exactly to say about Risk Guys. They're not the hottest team out there, but they're not really in a pinch for far too much. So I would still say plenty of opportunities out there.
Yeah, so in theory, if even if Good Game Esports were to overtake Risk Guys, they still need to leapfrog Risk Guys by a few more rankings for them to be able to make entry into the grand finals. But that is obvious. That is the closest comparison between some of our teams, right? Other than that, Exquisite. Let's see here. Exquisite, they're actually doing okay. The league so far, they're somewhere in the middle. So they could probably be the next team to make the Great Escape. Looking at the chance of that to happen, because God7, they are not playing today. There's no chance for them to gain any more points. And the last time we were at number 19 with Flash Vision still playing, they actually overtake God7, and they will push God7 down even further for this week. I know there's a lot of math here for us to tabulate, right? And it's better to leave the officials to do later. But in theory, if I were to put my money on, Exquisite will be the first team that I would say will make the grand finals and escape from the bottom 4.
Yeah, that's relatively interesting, especially with them not having to be able to play out the matches for today. They have back quite a plenty of points, because right now, as it stands, Exquisite Esports, they're kind of safe with 127 points, of course, being tallied out throughout the course of week 3. And it's great that they find that momentum to be able to really reap out the rewards. So we might actually see more Filipino representative heading into the finals if that's going to be the case. But I still would not count out, you know, possibilities of GGE. Yeah, there's a lot to do. They're currently placed with 15. Not the best look, but if they can leapfrog against RSG, Sid Esports even, and who knows if Girls Esports continuously have some form of slip-ups like they did in that past early game, there is a chance that we might actually see those overtakes when it comes down to the overall leaderboards of bonus points, to say the very least. But for now, I don't think that we have to worry too much about that, because what we will have to focus on is also the teams that have been really showing up. Harame Bros, I think there's no questions asked. They are undeniably the current best team coming in from the Philippines, but PBE this week has been challenging that statement. I think like PBE, traditionally throughout so many of all these seasons past, they have been the fiercest rivals to Harame Bros. They're always so close, neck and neck, and I think that this narrative just excites me the most.
Yeah, the storyline between Harame Bros and PBE, right? So PBE has been like this staple name within the PUBG Mobile esports scene from the Philippines, right? They've been around for a while now, and their players have represented the country and all that. It's just that there's one thing that they don't have that Harame Bros has, is the championship. So Harame Bros, they were champions last season. They even represented the PMCL region to the PMWC as well. So, and they were the first Filipino team to be at that stage. That's a breakthrough for them. In fact, if I kind of reflect on like the history, right, there have not been a Filipino team at PGC. I don't think during PMCO there were as well, to the best of my memory. I mean, it's been like so many years now. So for now, we can say that Harame arguably is the most successful Filipino team.
Yeah, you gotta say so, because you got the OG on the block, my guy. Of course, if you guys know, the OG captain of Harame Bros has been around for a very long time. And you mentioned PMCO days. I just have to bring up this name, Few. Like, he has been really the longest veteran to be playing PUBG Mobile from that region, where on those heydays where we started off with, PMCL SEA, I already see this guy pop off so many times. And of course, as years go by, with new names added to what is now the current lineup of Harame Bros, they are looking so strong. And of course, the Wonder Kid on the block has been supplemented with so many of all these great team effort coming from Jappy. I think, like, of course, when I was casting with our few other colleagues, they were also making comparisons of EMAS as well as Jap, of who should be taking, the starting roster for certain games out there. It really feels like anything could actually work out right now with the form of dynamics that Harame Bros has at the moment. And of course, PBE, they've always been a team-oriented type of players, where it's not really about that one guy that pops off. Sure, there are golden moments, but I think like they have always been, having very decent records by just playing the standard type of PUBG Mobile that we get.
Yeah, and playing standard, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, it's all about perfecting the craft. Like, you just do the standard, you do it perfectly, it's absolutely fine. Like, sometimes you don't really need to think out of the box. Like, maybe all of a sudden, like, the whole team uses a M16, for example, right? Where nobody really uses, and you make it happen. It's like, you don't need to go to the extent. You just need perfect whatever that you're currently doing. If it's just a standard M4, the standard DBSs from time to time, and that's absolutely fine, because results still do come in for them. And not to say that they are a bad team, they're a good team. They are always somewhere up there, so they're always one of those teams who are capable of challenging for the top. Then what's even interesting is that within the team there is their OG player Mon Boy, who for this season somehow he inverts his name to Yop Nop. Yeah, that's how it's Yop Nop. Yeah.
Wait, that was him?
Yeah, that was him. So it took me a while as well to process it. It's like, who is this guy, Yop Nop? And then it's hit me to like read from behind. It's like, oh, that's Mon Boy. Yeah. Medalist at SEA Games for the individual category. So individually, he is also the most successful Filipino mobile esports player to be at this point.
Yeah, of course. So those were great accolades that they've had, and of course, speaking of gold medalists, we also do have great names hailing from the Cambodian region, as well as I believe Myanmar has something to say about all their individual prowess, because you're basically in the scene to actually witness all of that unfold. And of course, I gotta recall correctly who exactly that was, because that was a very, very big moment for all these squads hailing from the sea region, especially back then. This used to be called the wild cards, and I'm so glad that years go by, the PMCL has fully developed into such a stable league, and on top of that, it can only get better from here on. So that's it. I definitely do expect a whole lot coming into play, as now, we have already gotten big prize pools on the line. We probably will have a decent representation when these teams eventually challenge up against, the PMSL squads that are waiting in the wings, and even the global stages. So I'm happy we've got to see a little bit of something coming out of these squads.
Yeah, in fact, for this season, speaking about the globals, there will be a slot for the champion to represent the PMCL region at PMGC. So that's like super exciting, right? So previously we've seen Genesis Esports in the last PMGC. They didn't go through the mills, but they did put up a good performance, a decent performance, I must say. But considering that it's also the first time that a Myanmar team actually reaches the PMGC, I think it's a feat by itself. It's something for them to be proud of, and cannot take away the experience of playing against all the amazing teams like Alpha 7, like your Starwood Esports. Even by just naming these teams, right, you can imagine what sort of Goliath were they up against, right? And that definitely them as a team, as a whole, management, the back-end stuff as well, to do better as they move forward to the following seasons. Now, last season was season, but this season they did make a change. They brought in a new Thai player called Flash, and Flash have been putting the flashy moves for the team as well. I would say that they did the necessary changes, but they didn't shake too much system, and so far they are still on track to challenge for this season's title.
Yeah, and I think that there's been smart transfers in the market for all these squads coming in from Cambodia as well as Myanmar. Evidently, the most successful is to really bring Martin and also Red Bull online, and these guys absolutely destroy lobbies. Like, we thought that, after so many years of playing Martin, we've seen him on his peak back when he was in Illuminate, back in Valdez Esports. Like, he has definitely got those highlight moments out there. And then when you start to see him slowly dissipate, because you have big names like Tony K in the Thai region. And even so, Martin now gets a spotlight once again, showing to the world that he's not washed up. He is still, he's not at his peak, I don't know what to say, because currently he is so formidable that he's also giving a good chase to his current teammate Red Bull, that has definitely been the star carries of this tournament. And of course, we've been talking a whole long while. I've been wondering, when's the next game going to start, just like you guys as well. So don't worry, we'll get it underway. But yeah, this is definitely an interesting story that we'll have to really decipher. Like, is this actually a huge comparison into what the state of health is for this current league? Because evidently Martin, Red Bull, and these Thai players have got a wealth of experience. They're imparting this experience to the squad. Do you still think that there's a relative gap that they will have to close when they fight against the rest of the region? But before we get to that, the Crimson Battle begins with the Blood Moon Awakening team mode, which is here. So get right into the game and challenge the daunting task of taking on the vampires and werewolves. And I just absolutely love this team. Don't mind me with the voice.
Oh, I thought you were trying to grumpy Dracula or something.
Not at all.
Not at all. Not
maybe
feeling
later.
grumpy today.
Not grumpy. I'm feeling happy that I get to do this for you.
Right. I'm feeling happy as well. The fact that we have this game mode that features a new theme area, new items, transformation mechanics. In case you guys want a preview of how it looks like, do check out during the break. There will be a video played there. For some reason you don't feel like updating your PUBG Mobile, you can have that. I'm sure it will impress you, and that will motivate you to update your game. Because you update, you don't only get that, but you also get the new Royal Pass A7, A9.
That's right. There's just so much offerings, and if you're not really planning to spend too much UC, well, this is definitely the kind of package you want, where you can play a whole lot of games and gain all these equipment as you level up. So you could even get the exclusive information broadcast, and of course you could even get more rebates as much as you spend. So you get the rebate of 720 UC. That it almost felt like this one's for free, you know? Like it's definitely something that you want to check out. So when you log into the game and you feel like you need fresh set of attire, look no further. It's right there for you to claim.
Absolutely right. It's just like you advancing your UC and then you get it back at some point. Why not, right? It's a steal if you ask me. Now, looking at some of the predictions before we go back to some of our discussions earlier on, right? So, I personally am going teams who have not got a chicken dinner this week. So, I'm picking Time to Quick Esports, and I can see our leagues at the Filipino broadcast. Well, they're obviously supporting their home people. We got Sin there. Stalker, who's, by the way, OG PMCL player, who probably casted some of his games back in the day as well. It's going Angong Gaticos.
Yeah, same could be said about Crimhe. They used to be playing all together in the league. Well, it's definitely interesting notion that they are looking at the strongest competitive players on the block that is not part of Asia Esports, who's not playing today. So that's definitely a very good call on who's going to be able to win. But we're here, we're rooting for the underdogs for the entire evening. I'm sure that they definitely need all that form of morale boost. So whichever team you guys support, make sure you guys keep on cheering them on the comment section right down below. And later on, there's going to be that QR code that's going to be available on your screen. So you could keep voting, and you might actually see the tally of those numbers of your support back to the team. And I hope that gives them a little bit of a boost. Now, of course, interesting enough, the votes are on the SEA Esports side, which we were also discussing the teams who are currently having a little bit of that stress, because SEA Esports, they're not really off the hook just yet. Being at 13th spot, they have plenty of chances to overtake a lot of these teams. Max is not playing all too much for this entire evening. They can actually overtake within the span of the game or so, and they are just within touching distance. If I look at that leaderboard right now, I think chances are SEA Esports can even move to the top 8.
Ooh, interesting thought, right? SEA Esports moving to the top. Yeah, I mean, there's like 5 more games and anything can happen. Who knows, they score a triple chicken dinner back, right? So if you guys out there think or are thinking like what Try is thinking, put in your vote. Put in your vote. Prove it that you believe in your favorite team, whichever it is, whether it's Sin, whether it's, well, Stronger Esports, whether it's Gold Esports, whichever, right? Put in your favorite team because we hear from you as well. And Asia Esports, whenever they're playing, they have been dominating the charts. So this is high time for us to see which team can remain on top when Asia Esports is not playing.
I feel like the second most popular team in terms of votes has been either Harame Bros or even GE. Like these two teams have been pretty much having a very massive fan base. And of course, in the Myanmar region, you can't forget about Yangon Galacticas, because these are the OG squads that has been representing their side for so many competitions already. And right now, we're about to move right into Erangel. So I think that the battle is just getting started. We've already got that explosive run inside of Sanhok. I think this is going to be an incredible feat that we will have these players achieve in moments' time.
And Erangel is going to be our second match here for the first of the 3 Erangels that we will be playing. And Erangel being a bigger map, it's a little bit more balanced than the Sanhok match. Let's see what performance can these teams come up with. The flight path we're going to begin on the northern side where Starway and Kamish had, going down to the left side of Huari. Now it's going to take a bit for those who like to drop in Military Base and Novo. But so happen the teams that like to drop there are not playing today, which is GE and Team 9. So that spot could be vacant.
Yeah, very much so. So, well, they need to actually make those quick studies over the course of one evening. So this is definitely going to be looking to be a very interesting start of the run, where we're going to be having a decent spread. But this flight path, skew it over the north side, we'll see perhaps certain teams battling for those vehicles. So we'll have to take a close look onto what happens from here. Now, I'm looking at a little bit of a concern of that stretch that's moving into the Muto section, namely RG that will take over the farm sector, whereas Damon and Co. from Dread Esports drops right into the shelter grounds for that reach. I don't think that any team will be able to reach that corner map, but Milta seems to be the place to play things out perfectly for these squads. A little bit of stretch for Elevate, but they will be able to wiggle through. And we're already getting a little bit of tussle here. And it's Mitchie that did get his hands onto the buggy first and foremost. Lucy now gets a little bit of cover of trees. Shots now being fired at. And it will be STE that has eliminated 2 members of PBE from the get-go. Incredible stuff. And NC2's only got a pistol. That's ridiculous. And of course, right now, I'm giving a little space for Sir Cloud, because you will only hear my voice for a moment, but he'll be back soon. So don't worry, guys. Coast is clear. While that happens, STE off to another sterile opening run. Last round, we did manage to see them having a little bit of a tug of war between them as well as Kill Enemy, where KE managed to win out that duel inside of boot camp. This time, with a lot more space to work with, STE is feeling relatively confident to be able to claim that Yasna Polyana region. But I think that there might actually be a squad round. I can be very much wrong on my statement. But while they were parachuting, they should be able to spot that there's nobody taking claim. This will be a really great place for them to just make as a pit stop, get those loots up, and then get running once again. Of course, the stakes are high in this tournament, in this current lobby of the 16 squads, RTC. Over onto the observatory, big updates have happened. If you guys haven't been in the game for a while, a lot more added structures into Stalber. You also do have zip lines to play around with. A whole lot of fun, I must say. But RTC, they're not going to have too much of a fun time over on the north side, as they will still have to make their way down south. That's where the circle is being pulled through. Harami Bros' explosive start sees them cutting close to catch up against Genesis Esports. Only 2 points of a difference at the moment. Well, Yangon Galacticos could also see an opportunity, but they're going to be taking things slowly from the regions of South Georgia Pole. So we won't be expecting any explosive fights in the early span of the stage. Very typical when we take a look at how most of these esports mode has gotten teams to be well disciplined enough to go in for those map loots first. But in this high tail situation, it seems like Harami Bros will be on and about. They managed to spot a movement, but I think that's just all to it. They're not going to be all too bothered. Well, it's going to be a claim over onto farm that Harami Bros are looking for.
Yeah, so early eliminations. Unfortunately, one of them is one of the top teams who would love to challenge for the weekly champion. And that's going to be Playbook Esports. So not the start they would have liked, though. So looking at the current situation, and yeah, I'm still interested to see like whether we'll get to see this big comeback by some of the bottom teams. But we're going to put our focus on the Risk Guys versus Tide to Quick Esports now with Master Vape Law.
Immediately going for a rupture fight. RSG in the middle of it all. This is a three-way battle. It could be. Actually, it's just the two of them. So, TTQ, they got a lot of that southern opening, but it's open, barren fields for him to take. RSG tries to pull all the way back because they have got this compound absolutely compromised. Leaving Master Vape out in the open. Ryder's running deeper. He's not looking to actually provide any form of cover ground because I don't think that he has gotten decent weaponry as of now. Well, Zuki will eventually seal the deal as TTQ confirms those 2 points.
And so that's going to be 2 eliminations for Time to Quick Esports. And looking at the current situation, Time to Quick Esports, one of the lower teams for this week. They wouldn't mind those points though because they can still leapfrog over teams like RTC, teams like GG, since their points are not too far away. And they'll be happy with the 2 points collected. Unfortunately, can't say the same for Risk guys though. They took that risk. They made that rotation past these buildings. Maybe they thought that, oh, those buildings, no occupants, but so happened Risk guys happen to be there, and well, so happened TTQ happened to be there, and they had to pay the price for it. But for RTC, we got them on the elimination feed, getting a knockout sin.
Oh boy. It's getting rowdy out here in the fields, all in the midst of rotation, players after players getting caught. But it's good news for the side of RTC, the Singaporean squad. So far, showing tremendous effort throughout the course of the week. Of course, sometimes luck isn't exactly in the best of their favor, but I love seeing them take those close proximity fight because they usually would still see themselves those hope, especially Dambot, to be one of the major carries of the team. Labo has also been, you know, the one to be usually the last man standing in many of all these situations. TTQ, after dealing with a little bit of that early exchange against RSG, now finds himself stuck in between these compounds, but I think that they're more interested to keep themselves afloat for now. All these teams moving into the Milta section very early on, just taking charge of that location for now. So it's only going to be all these long-range exchange that we'll see. Perhaps the battle of attrition to seep right in to affect what will happen in that late game. Other than that, I don't really expect big pickoffs because everyone's pretty much hiding in safe areas of play right now.
Everyone, at least on screen, has their own compound, so that should be okay. As you can see, TTQ has their own. Harame Bros with their own compound too. So not losing any players just yet. But it's great that these teams, they move quickly, right? So you can secure like good spots here. And all these good spots so far are taken. I'll be worried for some of the teams that might need to come in a little bit later. But of course, it's still stage 1. But then again, we'll be moving to stage 2 real soon. We'll see how far the circle will shift from those teams that are still waiting to come in about a minute more. Or maybe in about a few more seconds. And here we go. Okay. Not too bad of a circle, I must say, since it's still somewhere around the area of shelter. That would give a lot more space for some of the late incoming teams.
Yeah, I'm starting to be more concerned of LA Esports. They are wrapping over from the northern field and not really having full information. Perhaps they might have actually seen those trails coming in from GG. Other than that, they're going for this a little bit blindly. Well, a fight takes place. Gold Esports now getting caught off by the members of Yangon Galacticos, taking direct center of the field. This could still very well end up in the middle of the shelter or even pull all the way to the farm region of play. If it's going to be the lumber kills, I think that the Milta people will be happy. But it's still going to be a tough hard shift. Not an easy area to play. So to weather the storm, all these players might definitely be happy for whatever pickoffs that they could potentially get. GE over onto the foothill as Red Esports is taking charge over onto the Lumberjacks instead. This might be proving to be something good for Damon if he could line these angles.
Ooh, and he almost got it. Okay, one shot did land, but not enough to get a knock. But that's okay. At least that's like a warning shot to not come to this area. So GE had to find somewhere else to stay. And they have found this compound empty, vacant, not too bad. You don't need to force yourself up to the high ground at this point as well, since the circle might still shift away. So if you don't get the high ground, someone else is there, it's fine. You can still take one of these houses. It's okay. If the circle happen to shift down, then it's great for them.
Yeah, it definitely will be a huge advantage if it does go in for that form of shift. But we'll find out in a couple of seconds, or less than a minute to be specific right now. As Kaler is trying to look for a safe spot to squeeze through. He does receive a lot of attention coming from Gold Esports. Yatka almost running him out there, and Nathan somehow trades right back. So Yatka, he's trying to see where that shot is coming from. It's just by the edge as he continuously struck damage upon these members of Elevate. And Kaler, he's already popped that tire. Look at the speed. Climbing up the hill has been so slow. But thankfully, he would be able to eventually reach his destination while Yatka continues to pepper them from afar. That isn't going to be easy for them to just let loose, but they will take that Wizard Tower for now. Trade it right back. So, Gold Esports, their location exposed. They will have to reposition, but it's only going to be Yatka, though. They don't have the full intel of the rest of the members of GOAT. Speaking of which, there's only 2 members left anyways.
Yeah, so 2 players of GOAT. A little bit of a risk for them. They might lose their spot to teams below. They could catch up to them. But when it comes to the circle, this circle number 3, and it moves towards the left side. Playbook Esports is in the middle of it. Arame Bros also in the circle, so that's 2 of our big teams. Genesis Esports just came in, but they came in through the south, and it's rather crowded down there. I would expect to see more fights to happen in this area soon.
Yeah, speaking of a potential fight, GE, TTQ, RRG are now hauled up into this tiny little town just slightly up north of Milta. It could be pretty daunting for whoever is currently inbound. And right now, stuck in between is going to be TTQ. GG tries to drive their way past. Ramen Bros getting an absolute beautiful catch coming from range, but Jisoo does not manage to pass. Jappy have gotten those every single step of the way. And it's just some clean shots fired back at them. What a setup. We also have Rake over on the far back, just to ensure that nobody gets to pass this stretch of the road.
Oh. And too bad. The moment he tried to get across, got knocked down immediately and out in the open. And there's almost no way for his teammates to save him unless they take out Harame Bros. But there will not be enough time though, so that point could go to Harame Bros. You can see that Federales really wants to secure that elimination point before it's stolen away by another team. But he doesn't need to force it. It should still fall to his hands at the end of the day. So he can take his time to revive his teammate instead.
Yeah, plenty of space, plenty of time for Harame Bros to make a different call. And the kid will have no saving grace at all. GG, they have already moved far deeper into other form of region. And now, TDQ, they've waited long enough. They want to take this fight up against RSG. Nate's now lobbed right through. Ryder and Bunny. Somehow, Bunny did manage to clip a little bit of a health bar coming into the areas of play. Liquid now will have no problem healing himself up, but they're more interested to just going for the full flush before Nate tossed into the corner. But Ryder, he's got something to say about this. Not enough to take out Zuki, but that is a valiant effort.
Valiant effort indeed. No points collected for Risk guys. They remain at 95 points, opening up the opportunity for teams like KE to overtake them in this round. Though KE have not collected any elimination points just yet, but they're still in the game with full team. Circle time, and it will go towards just outside of Milta. Majority of the teams are already here together with the teams inside of Milta itself. So they will definitely want to hold on to that urban spot for now. The incoming teams will be from the north. We got Flash Vision, Stranger Esports, Dread Esports, and Elevate. So it will be interesting to see, especially for Elevate. Are they going to cut through Harame Bros to get in?
Yeah, Harame Bros as well as Fearless Esports, they're in that power position right now to dictate who gets in, who gets out, especially Fearless Esports directly smack dab in the center. Fearless They know that more and more of these teams will be charging through. Speaking of which, it is Harame Bros trying to ensure that FV does not get this free pass. They managed to arrive to the scene all the way to the back, taking the fight on that isolated target. And it's only going to be range inbound. He's going to be running around Rosie, and he does find it. My, range brings down Master Rakes, and now it's Drecky's turn to try to navigate his way across, but he whips that shot. Molotov not really locked perfectly from pass either, so he's going to be holding some of all that space, getting Federal his birth a little bit, but he's the one going down. Flash Vision stood no chance, and Harame Bros prevail.
Clean and power position, like what you said. They definitely made use of that power that they have in the position to fend off Flash Vision Esports. They go out with 0 points this round. Back onto another fight here. We do have NC2 from Stranger Esports. Right now, he's alone. His other teammates are somewhere else. By the way, NC2 used to be from Hale Esports from Thailand. Now playing with this team. So, for this season, somehow, Thailand has the most exports of player in the PMCL scene.
Yeah, and we can also understand why. I mean, Thai region has obviously been one of the most competitive out of the C circuit, and sometimes you want to look abroad to also see if there's any better chances for you to make your name known, and of course they have definitely did. We have gotten a lot of votes in for Genesis Esports to take this game home, but they're definitely under fire at the moment. Speaking of which, oh my goodness!
Whoa.
Another challenge arrives. It's Elevate Esports, but Harame Bros pay no mind. They will hold them once more, and just like that, 10 points in for Harame Bros.
Wow, and 10 points handed to them. Though they lost range, but still a worthwhile trade. Every one of the players contributed to the total points as of now. But another team could come by. That's going to be Dread Esports now. It's going to be Dread Esports to try to take this spot away from Harame Bros.
Yeah, but they're unrelenting. They restock with all these crates on the ground. They have nades for days to work with. Take a look at that. Jappy's got 9 smokes if it gets a little bit too messy. So he's just going to go for a drive-thru. He does not care. He wants to apply a little bit more of that pressure. Keep Elevate Esports at bay. Smart measurement, despite them losing range, their firepower is outstanding. So long as you have Federalis on board, he's already racking up majority of these points for the Filipino squad. But Dread Esports, I don't think they're down and out just yet. These two players, they have a couple of options. One, take the fight against Harame Bros, which is not exactly a good chance with such a fired up engine that Harame Bros have, or just wrap the other way around. TTQ, however, still stuck inside Milta, and the problem is they need these two members to get across.
Yeah, and the circle is closing. Will be closing onto them. It's going to be difficult for some of the teams inside of Milta soon. Now, majority of them can still hold on this spot, but when it comes to stage number 6, I worry that all of them will need to migrate out, and that will be a big mess inside of Milta.
Yeah, indeed. And on top of that, Harame Bros also will have to reposition, which means more and more of that chaos will erupt by these corners of Milta. But with that update of the circle, this is actually pulling into the lower end of the field, which sees slight coverage on the waters. Once more, FRL, kings of this current compound, they can dictate who will eventually crash out this game so long as these teams pass through. So for now, coast is clear. All the populated scene was all the way down on the southeast side. So we'll see that fight taking place, whereas PBE have arrived at the scene trying to challenge the rest of Fearless Esports. But are they actually aware that they took that ridge right down below?
I wonder too as well. Hopefully we get a visual of that later on. But for now, just notice that another team just got eliminated, and that is Goats Esports. Got taken out at number 12. So no points at all for them since they didn't gain any elimination points. Looking at the ridge where they're at, it looks like they do have an idea.
They probably do, especially with the smokes being
Right.
popped prior to this. We finally do see the arrival of 762, and we quickly greet him goodbye. That will be the last stand. He honestly had no room to play. Like, perhaps he wanted to drive into the same spot where PBE is at, but, you know, FRL there, holding into the higher area, having the better chance to actually see him being planted onto the ground. So, good attempt, decent efforts, but here we are. 10 more teams remaining, and oh, Damon got caught out. What a long shot that was from Ryman.
And one
Beautiful
of those,
work.
you blink and you miss it kind of moments. The moment the camera panned over, he got eliminated. But a little bit update onto Harame Bros. There are now 13 eliminations. Can you believe it? And based on the current position with the circle, they can block out teams who might want to migrate out of Milta.
Oh yeah, and they got the strong compounds as well. I don't know how they claim this one for free. I thought all these players from Milta will be able to at least extend their arms over onto this corner section and make life miserable for the Reds, but they took too long. They're still stuck inside of Milta. And Federal says, yep, so long as you guys are stuck out there, I'm just going to add more points to my team. And I don't really worry too much for Harare Bros. No matter what happens, I think they will be the #1 team, considering how many eliminations they could get from this circle.
Oh, yeah, they still got the circle. Look at this. Now, Sin has the circle as well. So this will be interesting, right? Sin will be doing part of the gatekeeping work to try to stop Genesis Esports and maybe even TTQ from coming in. So this is also an opportunity for Harame Bros to maybe steal away those eliminations from afar. We need to wait and see what happens here as the fight will continue on with Genesis Esports, putting more focus on the Sin. Ah, there you go.
Flying right through, and Harame Bros, they managed to get the catch over onto the nemesis, GE. GE was hoping to find an overtake, but now it's near impossible with this chunk of points that has been garnered by the rest of Harame Bros. Federal is hot at work, finding a knock over on his eyes. 2 members left standing for GE. Just piled through to the smoke. How are they supposed to get by? Harame Bros, they're an absolute raid boss in this situation.
Yeah, I know, right? If it's not them, then it's going to be Sin. I mean, how are they going to get out of this kind of difficult situation, right? The only chance is probably to hope for these teams to just aim at each other instead. But looking at how the terrain is, Harame Bro is not going to look anywhere else. They're just going to look at Genesis Esports.
Yeah, that's all that they can do right now. Sin Esports, they're happy that they're not within the line of fire. Ramser now pops that grenade towards PBE members. That is going to be a rupture of another team fight. FRL members slowly getting overwhelmed. 2 members now being knocked. Ramen Roster is the back. Bomb Boy needing a little bit of helping hand. They might go in for the revives first and then take the fight later on. Or what Ramen could do here is to confirm some numbers. Pop waiting for him to limp away. 1 sec should be back up in a jiffy. But this fight, I'm paying close attention to, because whoever wins out this trade, they can fight for the chicken dinner. This is one of the massive compounds that can deliver them the victory.
Yeah, that's going to be... Okay, if they get stage 7, then I would say the chances of getting that chicken dinner is really, really high. But let's see what's going to happen between the fight of FRL and also PBE in this compound. Michi managed to get a knockdown earlier on. His other teammate, Momboy, will be picked up. They're back as a trio. As for Fearless Esports, Ranzer will be up soon as well. But a lot more focus onto the right side. GE? Are they still in this? They're still in this! Man! How did they manage to push Sin?
And somehow they also get the revives, so they're not down and out just yet. Massive Smile now trading back. They understand the biggest threat at the moment has been Harame Bros, but they can't really do much about their power position over onto those compounds. So they're going up against the members of YG, cutting from the south side, and YG putting some pressure onto these members of GE. There's only so little space for them to really wiggle around as they're being tucked towards the corner of the map. And pushing towards the side of Harame Bros looks close to impossible at the moment. So, Cute Loki, I think if they could just spot out Master Smelt, this battle could be concluded in a moment's time between GE and the rest of the pack. But TTQ, it's good to also see that they are the ones in charge to try to eliminate members of Haram Bros. Keyword is try, but I don't think it's going to be all too straightforward as the Nates go in for exchange 1-for-1, and that will be it. While YG takes on the rest of GE.
Wow, look at this Contra. This circle is just ridiculous for Harame Bros. Though they only have 2 players, but they still have somewhat of the circle. Now GE will be putting more focus on the cute Loki on the other side. Cute Loki is alone though, so the teammates are on the other side of the road. So now GE want to clear their flanks before considering on how they want to cut across the road. And all in onto Loki.
Going for the full push. Flash. He's got to show what he's made of. The newly added member hailing in from Thailand will be at the forefront of that battle. They know that this is going to be the direct competitor that they will have to clear out before dealing with the rest. YG says it's not worth it. There's still plenty more space that they can take claim over on the south side as they pull all the way back to try to fend off against PBE as well as FRL. They still are fighting, and Fearless Esports, try as they may, they did not manage to defend the compound against PBE, and they rack up a total of 6 points.
So this fight's over. I'm a little bit more interested to see what's going to happen on the right side of the circle involving 3 different teams. Now that we're on the verge of moving on to stage number 8. Got Time to Quick Esports, Harame Bros, and GE. And can you imagine this? Time to Quick Esports, nobody put much attention to them. Maybe Harame Bros at some point, but somehow they managed to make it through as a full squad.
Oh my. Perfect defensive play, and TTQ, they know the ins and outs of Milta like the back of their hand. They drop there quite frequently, and now that just goes to show how well they do understand how to play these type of endgames. But coast is not clear, so long as there's still the presence of Harame Bros as well as, you know, a couple of lurkers coming in from Genesis Esports. They will still be very impactful on how this endgame can play out. But within these 5 teams, we are getting some really tough action, and it's just a grid lock. These teams hugging over northeast, they got to move deeper in the field, and by the time they move out, I think that's where we start to see the fight conclude in a moment's time.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. This stage will determine what happens to these 3 teams, right? All of them do not the circle. I would say probably the toughest one to need to cut across is maybe going to be Harame Bros now. Because if they move out to the left, it's going to be GE. If they move out to the right, it's going to be TTQ. So they are the ones surrounded now. At first they were the hunters. Now they are the hunted.
Yeah, and it's just interesting on what kind of circumstances that they were being put through. But a couple of power smokes are now being deployed. Can they run through is the question. Shots now fired over on the course of Federales as he will eventually be burned down. That will be the end for Harame Bros, but they have done just about enough. Massive 13 points of elimination to secure their round. While GE, like you said, they were also pretty much involved in that, making sure that Harame Bros don't really have a safe road out there. DQ, we're the ones to actually claim the points. And now, Smiles going for Yangon Galacticos.
Dude, GE, such a stubborn team. At some point, they were locked out the furthest. They managed Sin, and now they're in the circle, and now they have a chance to survive stage number 8 with TTQ not having a line of sight onto Genesis Esports, but they still fire back though. Marnet takes out Gus from afar, and they try to clear their flags because they need to be prepared for stage number 9.
They have to weather out some of all these tough calls. They can only drop in whatever grenades that they have left. Ryman's already out of frags, having to rely on some of all these smokes to give him a little bit more of that cover. This is such an awkward situation because you have this junction, or should I just say this highway in the middle of nowhere. It's an absolute flat ground. GE unable to get that free passage. And you got the entire TTQ members overlooking into the edge. And take a look at the amount of smokes now being deployed from all these spots. Nate's now being sent flying to the side of that smell. Gus is the first one to be picked out. So this might open some room for GE.
Oh, absolutely. With the distraction of TTQ coming by Playbook Esports, they could probably pass through. Michi gets another knockdown, but from afar, Michi gets fired back by Zuki instead. Ryman goes down to the zone. Zuki tries to take down the members of Genesis Esports. He took one. And now for Genesis Esports, they need the time to reset, but no time given to them. They are out at number 4 with 5 elimination points. Time to Quick Esports, eliminated by Young Galacticos. Now it's between Young Galacticos and Playbook Esports. 1 more to go. Young Galacticos will not let this one go as they secure their own chicken dinner.
Beautiful win by YG. They were calm, composed. They were hugging by the shoreline for long of time. They piled that pressure for Genesis Esports to be stuck by that region. That was the smartest play that I've actually seen them done in a long while. But of course, they had a lot more of the area play compared to all these other teams that were pretty much stuck with 3 to 4 squads to deal with over on the north side, so it wasn't easy for TTQ. It certainly wasn't easy for Genesis Esports, but I think one of the limelight of that moment was also over the court of TTQ, because from the get-go, how many teams were actually around that section of Milta, where, of course, the big winners were Harame Bros, who were gatekeepers to allow the teams that traveled from the northern side. So they got those massive 13-pointers, but TTQ, they played it so smart. Like, I didn't really expect them to not lose members where they were somewhere around the north side of that Milta juncture. They cut towards these compounds, and then they slowly take claim one after another, and that bested the rest of Genesis Esports. We saw Zuki on the last hand. He had that double knock, quickly takes out Genesis Esports, and that was some really pivotal moment out there. Well, what really went on with Southside, it was a battle between YG, PvE, Fearless. It's only these 3 teams. Other than that, you know, like, once Yangon Galacticos have cleared that out, they could just focus on what's at hand, where we saw them close out that game.
You know what? If Harame Bros with the 2 players decided to make the call to fall back to the building behind them, the one that TTQ took, if they made the fallback earlier, or maybe when they still had 3 players, they made the fallback, then that could have given them I would say a better position for them to be in, because that will also help them to manage when the circle forces them to cut across the road anyway. But of course, they still got like 13 eliminations through this defense that we saw on screen. I mean, incredible. 13 is, well, they'll take that any day.
Yeah, and I would definitely be very happy if I were to be on Harame Bros' shoes right now. So that being said, they also did manage to at least make the top 5 cut, which is definitely something that is super respectable. Plenty of placement points, plenty more coming from the elimination. So that's it. This wraps up with Yangon Galacticos taking our very first win, and even more rounds to go. Federales was the main marksman who has gotten the most damage to be done, but I certainly do believe that it was a high distribution. Jappy was showing up today. We saw back in Sanhok, we saw in this round itself, Harame Bros, they're not even paying any mind to all these teams, where today they're going all out.
Yeah, this guy have been going all out this round. Federales coming with 3 eliminations, and look at his total damage, 1,117 for 3 eliminations, means he did a lot of work. Out of the 13 eliminations that they got, he scored 3 of them, but he contributed so much that his other teammates were able to secure the other 10. So great work here by Federales, always the Filipino Terminator, and he is still consistent for the team as well. And looking at Federales, his stats, at some point, there was a rumor that he was leaving the team or seeking to leave the team, but glad that he's still with the team and he's still able to contribute as much.
Yeah, and I feel like Harame Bros is absolutely home for him. Now that he's doing so well, I think like he definitely would stay put much longer. And despite me saying that Yangon Galacticos didn't look flashy, they have been the ones to deal massive amount of output in the form of damage. Take a look at that. 2.4k is no joke at all, as they managed to also match the total amount of elimination points acquired by Harame Bros by the end of that game. So it's due to all these smart plays, they slowly picked off PPE as well as Fearless Esports and piled that pressure for GE to not be able to take the south side. There's also this interesting notion where I was thinking perhaps if Yangon Galacticos didn't extend towards GE, then GE would have actually wrapped around towards the south side and eventually put a lot more pressure to YG.
And look at this, right? Based on the overall stats,
400.
401 throwables used. Are you kidding me? If this ain't a new world record, I don't know what is.
I have no idea. And I guess we only get to see this because all these teams were taking all these tight space in Milta. They have to expend and deploy whatever throwables that they have. And by the end game, you saw the whole field was smoked up. And somehow, of course, eventually, once it subsides, it's Erangel got to take the win. 26-3-5s. All these are inflated numbers, including knockouts. There's more knockouts than there's players combined in lobby.
Oh, man, this is this crazy stats, right? For a circle that we didn't thought that would bring us this kind of stats. Like, okay, it looks like an okay circle, you know, full land. It ain't one of those wonky circles that jumps everywhere, but still, man, the numbers are just big here. But when it comes to the actual numbers that matter, Young Galacticos, 23 points collected here. Harame Bros, though they exited this round at 5th place, they still managed to get 16 points. Playbook Esports 15 points, Time to Pick Esports 13, so that's the double-digit club. Followed by Genesis Esports with 9. So all top 5, in fact, are our big challenger teams.
Yeah, they're remaining to be super competitive for the course of this evening. Of course, big numbers, big performances. What else is big? Well, of course, expectations. Well, of course, you might have different answers to that. I won't judge. But this also tells that this lobby, this circle was so difficult. As you see, half of these other teams, the average pointer is just 2 pointers out there. There's barely enough space to play. Initially, there was a lot of coverage to the waters. And you know, there's plenty of flat grounds that really see tough situations happen throughout the course of the field.
Look at the overall standings right now. Austria Esports, they're sweating the fact that Younger Galacticos is just 1 point behind them. And even if Younger Galacticos scores the exact amount of points as Austria Esports, the tiebreaker would favor easily to Younger Galacticos with the 5 chicken dinners that they have collected as of now. Harame Bros, 192, also 6 points behind Austria Esports, and Genesis Esports 11 points behind. So Austria Esports, they could be pushed down to 5th spot, including Playbook Esports that's not too far away.
Yeah, that could potentially happen by the end of the night, which is why they're working really hard to gain that bonus point since Austria Esports is not around. You did mention that there was one day that, you know, they didn't really show up to that same level of performance. And this is where the teams, they're taking full advantage of their absence at the meantime. But there are also those who will definitely still need plenty more points out there. Sin is definitely not off the cusp just yet. Still, GGE and a few more other names will keep track on their pacing on how much bonus points can they actually get throughout the full run of this evening. But Sir Cloud, I think that we've gotten a whole lot of things to, of course, unveil, and also at the very same time, a lot of positives to take from the past 2 games.
Well, I got one more information to unveil from our mission control is that Federalis himself threw 13 nades in that one game, just by himself. And that's only nades though. We have not even counted like everything else. So that's how the numbers went up to 400 plus. That's like
That's crazy.
More nades than my entire career playing PUBG Mobile, including that few rounds with Brian from You Know Who You Are. So yeah, so that's a big stat there for us to take note of, right? 30 nades by one person in a round and more than 400 nades in total in a round. But let's see if that number can be topped. I kind of doubt so. But we'll take a break anyway, ladies and gentlemen. When we're back, we'll be continuing on our fight. See you guys after this one.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening,
Welcome back once again to the PMCL Southeast Asia. Of course, as always, it's yours truly, Contra, alongside with Sir Cloud, to be bringing you into the action-packed rounds, the final day of the weekend of week 3, and there's just so much to play for, a lot on the line as teams are finding their journey to cut through to the top 16 of the grand finals. But we've already started off on a really strong note where we are seeing all these teams really putting off such strong fights. Harame Bros, they're on an absolute fire form right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? With 13 eliminations in that previous game. Though they didn't get the chicken dinner, but still 13 eliminations that we're talking about. But we are also talking about our new game mode here, which is the Crimson Battle Begins. The Blood Mode Awakening theme mode is in the game now. New theme areas, items, transformation mechanics, and PvE mode. So you can gather your friends to play this special PvE game mode. If you want a preview, it's during the break time. If you missed that one, you can wait for the next break time to check it out. Update your game right now to version 3.4 to experience it.
That's right, we also do have the new Royal Pass Ace 9 available right now till the 14th of November, where you have a total prize pool worth over 80,000 UC. So where else could you find 80,000 UC? I'm pretty sure that there's some of all these sultans out there who's willing to spend that much, but by just getting this Royal Pass, you can even get so many of all these great stuff. Level 50, upgradable firearm Uzi, you got the new custom color outfit, and there's even 720 UC of a rebate if you were to sign up for that package. So that's it. Of course, it's time for predictions yet again, and I think throughout the course of all these votes, or of course last 2 weeks, I'm voting for the best performing teams. This week, I'm looking at teams who really need chicken dinners. GGE and RTC, I think like it really explains because they currently are dire to get into the finals.
Yeah, as for our other colleagues, right? So the Filipino broadcast, they're rooting for their Filipino compatriots. Totally understandable. For Sammy, Blingx, Stalker, and Krim, they are leaning towards teams that are at the top to gain that #1 spot. Well, you know what? This is one of those moments that I wish that we understand multiple languages. I really want to know what they think whenever our prediction comes up, because it was, what are these guys thinking? Like, are they for real predicting this?
And of course, you know, all of us could be wrong. You guys might be right, so that's why we put this QR code right down below, and it's for you guys to vote, as you can have, you know, bagging rights with your friends if you were to get it correct. So other than that, of course, the teams do need your support. You can also vote for the MVP of the tournament, or the rising star, if I must actually be absolutely spot on with that. Now, of course, we have less than a minute before we move into Erangel. I do hope that the circle would be either more challenging or it could be a little bit more neutral, because there's a lot of these teams, they definitely struggled back in that past game where the top 5 teams of that round, they got majority of the points. The other competitors, it really felt like they can only squeeze by 4 to maybe 2 points. So that's bare minimum. We want to see better rounds ahead.
Yeah, we want to see that if the 400 plus throwables used can be broken. But I truly doubt so. Our average has been like 200 plus. Even getting a 300 is a stretch. Like 400 is like insane number, right? Someone has to check the stats on whether that's a world record or not. But anyway, we will see if and only if that number gets broken here in our next match. Head on to Erangel. Let's go.
Here we are, Erangel Take 2, and of course, it's always going to be a field day out for some of these guys out there who's hoping to really bank in on big points, especially now that Asia Esports are not there to rain on their parade. I'm pretty sure that Asia, despite them not at the office today, they're probably at home watching and keeping track on how much bonus points do they acquire, because they don't get to get that run through. Harame Bros are the current team leading the pack. YG, PBE already falling very closely behind.
Yes, points are tight, and there's nothing much that Austria Esports can do about it. They're prepared to drop. Just how far? That would be the question, right? Unless for some reason the bottom teams just go wild and they take out the top teams very, very early, leaving them with 0 for the next 4 rounds, which is something that I think nobody would ever be able to predict. So, yeah, that is the only possibility for Austria Esports to maintain their number 1 spot. But without the presence of Austria Esports, military base will be open, and we're looking at GG dropping into military base together with KE, but KE is on the outer side.
Yeah, this flight path is so skewered towards the south. I'm not sure how it will end up. And it brings them all the back up north. So it's good news for Yaga Galacticos. This is going to be a strong hit start for them. I can't say the same for about 4 to 6 squads over on the southern side. But, of course, that's something for them to settle with later on. As we will have our cameras fixated onto armor bows for a short while we have an instant pickup. STE always gets himself in all these early scuffles. And that was just Get Slow trying to see if he could just take the spot for himself. But unfortunately, not much that can be done. All alone up against Elevate Esports. So that's first blood. Elevate claims it.
And Elevate, they lost Coca-Cola though. So it's a 1-for-1 trade between the two. So Get Slow, he managed to trade off one, but he lost his life. So it's a 50-50 trade between the two. And when it comes to like overall points for this week, not too far. So they wouldn't mind this kind of trade between these two teams. Nevertheless, we move over to Harame Bros as well. Looks like they're moving out of Pachinki. A quick move by them this time, as they want to seek the best spot possible in the Northern Circle.
Yeah, and seemingly enough, there will be plenty of all these plays that they could actually take for themselves. So, Fearless Esports, I love this proactive play, whereas for Playbook Esports, they don't really have to move too far off of school, but they can take their sweet time for now, at the very least. While that is going to be the case for these teams, I really do wonder, though, the ones at the island, how concerned are they of getting by? Because we expect bridge camps to happen, we expect to also see many form of setups in between those roads. So that is what I would expect heading into the next couple of moments. But for now, coast is clear. Despite STE having that problem over on the course of farm, like you said, it was a trade. They managed to at least get 1 point out of that, so they could still play out the entire course of the game. Now, speaking of which, interesting approach from the side of KE. Move from the island, now cuts over to Primoz. Still on the furthest opposite end from where they need to be, which is northeast.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a travel distance for some of these teams, including KE, who's in Primoz, 3,000 plus meters away. So they'll definitely come in a little bit later. Hopefully there's enough space for them to play, depending on how the circle goes. If it's a hardship circle towards like the coastline, then it's going to be a fight or flight for them. And that could possibly still happen, because by the time they reach there, could potentially be stage 2 or maybe even 3, because you can still tag out the first few stages of the blue.
Yeah, that could probably be it. Whereas right now, with a lot of all these areas that they could still hold out to, I think that there's still plenty of all these spots, which GOT7 will have to consider how exactly would they actually move. Would they just tank it like you said, or maybe just full send it through the bridge? That could potentially be the more straightforward way that we will expect certain teams to go on and about. But for now, not many stuff has happened throughout this phase, with pretty much phase 1 up for the taking. I think that a lot of these teams are hoping to book that early spot around Shelter, around Yasnaya. So, likely to not, a lot of room will be opened up for these teams over on the island.
I hear gunshots. I see the minimap, but there's nobody near, so not too sure. Maybe just trying out his his weapon for some reason, or just flexing his fingers or something. Because the closest team is going to be Flash Vision Esports, and they're on the other end of Yasnaya. So I guess it's just one of those things that just players like to do when maybe they don't see much action.
True enough. And it's always good to keep up to speed with the protocols, scout out around, making sure that no teams will be giving you a tough time, either rotating in and I guess like Bunny kind of expends a little bit, and that's a hard ramp to the tree, knocks down Bunny. These guys, they waste no bullets. I love their approach. It's as straightforward as it could go. But as the journey continues, RSG now loses 1. I honestly do think that this team has been pretty intriguing. Their good rounds looks exceptional. Their bad rounds just looks like a snooze fest. So I don't know which side are we actually getting out of today for RSG. Currently sitting at 11. A potential for even RTC to, if they have some big rounds, they can actually look to overtake. But for now, they can do a plenty to also reach a potential top 8. So I kind of wish to see a very competitive side out of RSG.
Here's a question. What's the best friend of a bad round?
Best friend of a bad round? No idea.
Round robin.
That's... I hate that it's so good. Where did you find this from?
5 seconds ago.
I did not see that coming. Neither did the audience.
There you go. Expect the unexpected.
We're back to Pun City as we buy time until something really happens. Yep.
It's okay. I'll wait for your reply. Maybe once there's an opportunity for you to come up with something.
I don't know if it's going to top that, though. That was real good. That was really, really good. It came out of nowhere. And, yeah, I have to crack something out of my skull to be able to top that one. But for now, it's going to be a little long wait for GGE. Still being extremely careful. I mean, they're on the West Bridge, right? Like, the West Bridge is probably the safer bridge as compared to the East Bridge. They should just send one member through if they really want answers. I feel like they're taking a little too long. But you can never be too safe.
Oh, wow.
All the way into the corners of the pocket. This is one crazy circle. And we still have, what, 30-40% water terrain. So everybody's tucked into a really specific spot. So whoever's hugging prison right now, they're going to have a happy day seeing teams passing them by, and that could be opportunity to strike.
I am frankly surprised by the fact that GG is overly cautious of crossing the bridge, because looking at how the circle is, the logic is that, the circle is really far towards the right, on the north, or northeast, that is. Like, teams would just want to, like, go there. Like, put the focus on getting there. So GG could have just taken that risk and just get across instead of like staying there. Yes, they can still tank stage 1, stage 2, absolutely fine. But the time utilized could have been used for something better, like getting into a better position.
Yeah, certainly agree. And if it continues to be the case, I think that GG may not actually make the cut at all. It's sad to say. I mean, sometimes with unfortunate games like this, you take too long, the circle just says, nope, this is not going to be for you. Federalis, it really gets clipped off. And you know what? We talked a little bit about RSG. They show up and they took out one of the fiercest competitor in the lobby.
And the fight's not over yet, though. Looks like Harame and Bros, they want to clean up. But without Federalis, it's going to be pretty tough. I mean, Federalis, he came up as the MVP in the previous round just for him to be eliminated early this time. But Master Toki just needed down Master Rix. Okay. Not too sure what happened, but that allowed Elevate to come in. And they're trying to rush them in their own compound. Knocking 2 back-to-back. And Master Toki right now, we need to make up for whatever that he did earlier on. But he got knocked down as well, leaving Master Rix alone. The final member of Flash Vision Esports, they go out with 1 elimination point.
Yeah, that was the rowdy fight. Elevate Esports almost lose all their members. Well, very close compound for them to just wiggle the room. Speaking of which, another close quarter fight happens taking place. RTC tries to hold down the doorways as PvE finds their way across. Dropping those big nades as well. It's so clean that these members of PvE is doing it, but as I say that, should be those shots fired from the side of the DBS. And they will have big nades being sent their way. Bomb Boy next one to be knocked down. Labo-kun. They might not actually get the full reset going through, but at least they sift through the entire course of battle. Only one member of RTC left, and PBE, they can just go in for the rebuff and just slowly seek him out. So, great job by PBE. They just absolutely won that outstandingly.
And now they know that Labo-kun is on the other building. Michi took the shot. All they need to do now is just loot up, reset, and go in for the hunt. And the smoke is still active though. And if you look at this angle, the smoke is covering the view side of Labo-kun. This would also help PBE to rush straight in onto him.
Yeah, they're just going to take their sweet time. They also still want to respect that he might carry around a DBS of sort. But he's got something even crazier. M249 for the spray down. And that might work out if he's hugging by a tight corner, but it's currently being bombarded, which is why he's looking for a shack instead. So he creates a little bit of space, but I think that PB will eventually take notice that he's not present inside of the compound, and they could only in the possible nearest spot. So smart plays from Labo, doing something desperate. How long more is the question? There is another squad over on the south side where RTC is currently at. So if RTC is lucky enough, we might see Yangon Galacticos or somebody else in the map to be with for a challenge. And that supposedly could be Dread Esports. But Dread, they're not concerned. They're trying to take a little bit of claim of their own. Particularly that GE and Harame Bros side by the shore.
And Labo-kun is literally thinking outside the box now. I guess in a normal circumstance, like the player would like just go inside of this broken shack and prone there, but instead he prones on the outside of it, which is absolutely fine, right? Like you don't want to do the cliche stuff and just to be found out by your opponents. But he does not have the circle. The circle has shifted towards the right. Arame Bros is still in the circle together with Genesis Esports. But we're going to see what's going to happen here with Elevate as they pop that smoke. Nathan is down. Kayla might want to go and save him. He's on the vehicle. So let's see if he's able to do that though, because there are other teams close by.
Indeed. While, of course, certain teams are already happy with their location, not so much so for Elevate Esports limping their way, relying on these smokes for temporary measurements. Well, Barney happy to just continuously pile in a whirl of hurt, suppressing them from moving too far off. Range now gets a catch over onto Baby Harry. Well, that is actually happening over onto the far east. Quickly confirms it. Yangon Galacticos now holds over on the top side of the field. This is going to be a really good area of play, only for the slightest bit. They do manage to spot out FRO members, and look at them go. Loki just crashes right in with the rest of Yangon Galacticos. Hanging by the corner wall. Here comes the jump shots. And that was clean. Yangon Galacticos, they can now go for the revive. WTZ was the initial contact. And now they're going to be out for blood against the rest of strangers. But he's on wheels. Loki gets clipped off.
Totally didn't expect NC2 to be there. And now he's out in the open. So the teammates will need to come and save him. One nade lob across. But NC2 will still finish up the job by eliminating Loki. And now Yangon Galacticos down to only 3 players on the outside of the circle. And they need to still cross the road where the inner side of it is guarded by the 2 players of Stranger Esports. And what a nade by NC2 across the knockdown WTZ.
That's crazy. Despite having only 2 members, NC2 is putting up a hell of a fight. So long as the resets don't go through right now, he has plenty of opportunities. These nades are being tossed towards the side. He will be soaking in a little bit of that damage through from the paint shells. Barney, though, On the other corner of the map, we'll be able to spot a member out of Sin Esports as they will go on the trade. It seems like this three Filipino squads were going up against each other, and Elevate lose way much more that could actually gain from that situation as it continues to pile on. You can see them on your feed right now as they're taking on each other. Wonder what's really happening there. I mean, this is only NC2, and look at them holding down YG. Just having this added member coming in from the Thai region once again just shows so much strength for this newly improved Stranger Slide coming into this season. But finally, he's being taken down. But that's actually coming from Michi.
Oh, yeah, from the side because there's another team close by. Okay, here we go. Welcome, Playbook Esports, to the game as well. But the point is still not secure yet. But speaking about points secured, Army Bros only secured 1 point this round. We are at number 13. From afar, Monboy will get one for himself. Taking out Gus from Tiger Quick Esports, Playbook Esports. They're ready to play.
They are always up and ready, and this time around, they're the ones who show up huge. Already 8 points. Monboy has been the main fragger for the entire course of the battle, and here comes Full Flush sent their way into the sniper's nest. Liquid now gets a catch more than BBO's Ramen, now tries to wear her out that flank angle. WTZ piling on that pressure. PBE, they got plenty to do, but so little space. They don't want to be the ones being wrapped around while member being knocked down. Naughty Boy doing so much work, and he finally finds it. Great shots, quick taps, and now YG slowly takes over. PBE, they kind of thought that they could just overwhelm YG, but the spread that YG has gotten firmer control over the hillside, but they still managed to trade right back. It's only down to Michi, though. So, this is just utter chaos, while YG not really off the hooks just yet. These nades are slightly out of range. Michi looking for that perfect opportunity. He's got the SOK and the M4 going for the spray down. Immediately gets spotted out.
He got one. Okay. But the fight's not over yet for him. Using his one last first aid to reset himself. Back to 80% of health.
What?
But from the back, WTZ will make sure that he does not use that first aid so they can loot it out of him.
Oh man, that could have been a big highlight for Michi. He was really hoping to push, but the timing was impeccable from WTZ. Now we move into another direction with that being concluded. Sin Esports so far doing a magnificent job in this match. Pushing down the hill, they know that there's still one more member inside of GG. And that will be them down and out. 8 placement. Only 1 point out of the placement points and 1 elimination point. It's still barely enough for the members of GG, honestly. But they make do. There's still plenty of rounds to play. Sin Esports, they now find themselves that clean passage. This whole area opened up. And you could just tell how confident they could just play this end game. RG is going to take that late approach, and they will go for the direct challenge up against Sin Esports. They got no clue. They do survive with the shots being fired at them. YG also being involved, coming from the far western corner map. Masturbate taken down. This is not looking good for RSG.
Yeah, and not looking good for Yaku Galacticos as well. Now, they need to cut across like a couple of teams to be in a circle. Or maybe only one player. Okay, that's going to be Kaya from KE just below them. But they do not have the information. Romeo Boy's vehicle is punctured. It's swap vehicles with his teammate. And Kaya being the final member of KE. Oh, he's being shot at! Where did he come from? Romeo Boy! How did he find that angle?
I'm not certain, but he's been making magic happen for the entirety of the team. YG gets one tap. That's a smoked up vehicle, so he shows a little sign of concern. But coming from those high ground, man, it's just insane how Boy has been able to get some of this done. Fearless Esports sees this as a threat, continues to just suppress the rest of YG. Kind of stuck in between. Look at them being scattered up, vehicles, not exactly healthy, so they might be stranded for now.
And now we are in stage 5 with 6 teams left. rather quick, I must say, when it comes to the team eliminations. And if we were to review like the weekly overalls, Yango Galacticos right now, the only top team who is still alive with already 6 eliminations. They are already on top of Austria Esports by now.
Yeah, for sure. YG. We didn't really put the sheer focus on them. They did manage to get that chicken dinner initially, but they were just, a couple points shy out there. Why Yango Galacticos now looking in a tough spot as well. But here comes the drive-by. Swiftly pulled off by Cool and the gang. And that's a different type of ban. But hey, these guys here in PUBG, they're just looking to hustle through, while the members of RSG also caught in the mix. Big things now being thrown in by TTQ. This is looking to be pretty interesting on how these team fights are taking place on all corners.
Nade after nade sent across. But at the same time, we have movement on the southern side. TTQ. Need to be extra careful because there is also RSG. Risk guys behind them maybe got knocked down by Unknown from GOAT Esports. Looks like this fight will continue on the outside of the circle. They refuse to migrate in. But the nade from Zuki beautifully set out to WTZ, knocking him down, leaving Romeo Boy alone.
That was such a big bounce that they managed to eventually squeeze that grenade right across that buggy. And I'm pretty sure that WTZ was caught by surprise. Zuki so far looking stellar. Last game, just offering tremendous work rate, and now they've managed to once again squeeze into the top 5. Though it's only one member left for side of the
Zuki!
Dude, look at that!
Yo!
Oh, Zuki! The clutch factor of TTQ, and he stays alive. Shots being fired, not enough to take him out just yet. He barely has enough health. You don't even see the health bar. But eventually, GOAT Esports says that's all for now. What a play by Zuki.
Man, totally didn't expect that. All of a sudden, one spray to get 2. That's a bargain there for Zuki. But now we're going to put our focus onto our top 3 teams. Imagine this. 3 teams in stage 6. This is one of the fastest rounds around. And now it's going to be Sin all onto FRL. Astro X taking a bit of damage. And he might lose his teammate Popov. Another nade did land. Popov, one more. Popov's really low right now. Okay, this nade should do the job. This nade should do the job. And it will! Take out Popov and knock out Astro X.
2 members sent out of the fight, but they're looking for more blood to be splattered over onto the seas. Rander now getting caught out. He thought that buggy could provide him with a little bit more cover, but that sharp shot coming in from Wako, just absolutely wacky, to say the very least. City Sports now knows that this is not going to be a tough ordeal for them. They are wrapping from the south side. They notice that all these teams are playing up north. And they should know for a fact that 1sec is in within that tiny little compound. But that's not going to be a fortress for him to hold out. Blanks down secures it. 10 points. One of the biggest rounds for Sin Esports. So they should be hot favorites right now. But GOAT, they still have 3 members. They could still put in some damage in this game.
10 points distributed across 3 players. And if Rankid doesn't get any elimination points, he's buying dinner for the entire team tonight. So, yeah, he still has bodies though. He still has bodies. One knock from afar onto Unknown from GOAT to GOAT Esports. But for Sin, frankly speaking, they're not in a hurry. They can wait to stage 7, wait for the circle, and see how it goes.
Yeah. Just biding a little bit more time. I mean, just look at these flat grounds. A lot of unplayable space, if you ask me. GOAT Esports, they only seek refuge only for a temporary measure as they are trying to plot out how exactly do they move out that is going to be safe from harm's way. I mean, the only threat right now is Sin Esports, of course. The other member of FRL is really stranded. There's no playable vehicle for them. Cool even had to go in for a restock of the Mark 14, so he's got some big weaponry to really put a dent towards the rest of GOAT Esports.
And look at this, the circle even favors Sin. I mean, their sins are definitely forgiven here. The circle gods have forgiven their sins, and they are given the circle. All right, let's see what GOAT is able to do about it. Sending Unknown out to scout, to try to gather information, to try to see where the members of Sin are at, but they are well spread out though. 2-2 formation. And even if they see the two, they don't know where the other two are at.
Yeah, and now this looks entirely playable for Gold Esports. They were smart enough to even move into the region, but walks into a nade! What a read coming from Wako. He barely even gets a glimpse. Still a very dangerous position for Gold Esports, as these nades looks like they do have trackers on board. Landing one after another. One more being stashed over on the far corner of Unknown as he received a little bit of the chip damage. But this actually opens up that area of play for that Lone Ranger of Fearless Esports. He could take this time, step out of there, and eventually make his maneuver into the zone. But I think that there are still a couple of crosshairs being pointed out. This 2-2 split going on. Extremely potent, speaking of which, he's making that last stand. Unknown, he's also interested in sealing the deal, but it will be, 21 to be able to get that catch. So it could be a tie for eliminations if GOAT actually overwhelms Sin Esports. But as for now, Sin, they got the upper hand. They got that widespread going on. Yeah, 21 gets clipped by the nade.
Wow. Looks like Cool and the gang trying to wrap around their opponent. But look at the circle again. My goodness. We're stage 8 and the circle still goes towards the beach. Are you kidding me? Like Sin, they don't even need to move right now. But then again, they want to wrap things up quickly. They want to go on to the next round. They will go all in. Go right now, but go! Unknown! Fires Meganade on the crew, knocking him down. But Rankid gets one, so only 2 active players left for Gold now.
And they say, welcome to Sin City. Despite all of that, those nades are actually doing God's duty. Woo! Wako now being surprised, only one member left standing in the way as they are playing through the smoke. And it is Sin to win. Welcome to Sin City, baby. Winner, the chicken dinner claim on a squad that needs it. And they have delivered. My. The Sinners here really showing up their strength and might. With a double-digit elimination, I believe that's a total of what? 14 points? 13 points? They have definitely matched up those big numbers with Yangon Galacticos as well as Harami Bros.
Yeah, and the circle definitely favored them, even towards the end. Like, even if they decided to, like, okay, we don't want to move, we want to play with the circle advantage, they could still do so. Can you believe it? Like, the circle at stage 8 still moves towards the right where the beach is at. Normally in the current mode, right, we would normally think that, oh, the circle will move entirely 100% to the land. But this time, it still has a little bit of water at that circle. So what were the chances, right, that the circle would still go there? So it was
It's
definitely
crazy.
Sin and none of the team at that point.
Yeah, all these other teams were already weakened prior to that. It's such a tough spot to play, and I guess like this is one very rare moment we actually get to see, these kind of regions of Lipovka to be played out, and we love to see it. I'm pretty sure that the players can say otherwise because it's been a tough place to be. Barely any compounds to actually work around, and when there is a compound, these kind of fights happen because they were all fighting for that space.
Yeah, because by the stage 2, we already saw like the circle move towards the right? So that's why the space to play is not that many, and we can see teams trying to take over areas by eliminating each other, and that's why we saw like a lot of fights between stage 2 and stage 5, and a lot of them were on the left side, as what we see on these highlights here, involving some of our big names here like Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, and overall, I really love this very moment. TTQ having Zuki dropping that big nade and then absolutely blew every chance that YG had. I thought YG would have made the deeper run, but Zuki just proved everybody wrong.
Yeah, and towards the end, this is that moment here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you just look at the mini-map, how ridiculous is this circle for Sin? Like, it's all onto Sin. Their sins are washed away. Circle gods blessing them for them to bring home this chicken dinner. And it is the Wacky Wako as our MVP.
Yep, and look at those numbers. 100,000. Well, I won't say 100,000. It's
Whoa,
too inflated.
calm down. Calm down.
1,000. 1,000. You know, Americans like to say 1,000.
True.
Oh, yeah, so that's how they usually calculate it. I was actually going for that. But, of course, for elimination points, good amounts of assists as well as knockout. This is definitely a big team effort being displayed by Sinners. And on top of that, I think it was mainly cool that have been able to really get those great initiations at the very same time. So definitely we got to check out the team stats right after what's currently on the screen, because they had plenty to offer. Like, these guys, they were just really rallying through the entire field on the outskirts, and their approach was just to really hug by the edge from the south side, slowly marching upwards to take claim. And there you go, 13 points, 2.7k damage. Who could actually ask for more?
Yeah, but the team that, well, also could ask for more besides the circle. 13 eliminations with 2,709 total damage. That's Sin Esports. So it's 23 points collected by them this time. 12 total knockouts, but they got 13 eliminations. So mathematically, it sounds like they stole one elimination away out of someone else's work.
Yeah, probably is. But all these other ones that they managed to go in for the knocks as well, I felt like they definitely have made their own claim, other than, you know, stealing some pointers away. So still, this has been a really good showing coming from Sin Esports. Now that they have been able to add this one on the board, we'll see them massively improve in their current position. Last I checked, they were at 13th place, or I could be very well wrong with that. So with that said, we will definitely take a look into how the rest of the pack has fared. This is not that 400 trollable game, but, you know, if there's even more of those trollables, they could have basically made good use of it, because that's flat grounds, the open beach. Half of the map was not playable at all.
Yeah, true. But the fact that even though like half of the map wasn't playable for most of the time, there's still enough time for teams to come up with almost 300 throwables. So that's still an impressive number, not gonna lie there. Normally we'll see like a 250-ish, like that's an average number. But 290 is, I would say, above average, touching the 300 mark. And there's still enough time for 4 airdrops to be looted, even though there's that limited amount of space. So teams really maximize whatever that they had in this round.
They definitely did, and I believe it was Wako, another member of Sin Esports, which also have got a special package on that corner of the beach where they have gotten that Mark 14 to amplify that damage. And would you take a look at this? 23 points. Goat has half of these numbers. Of course, they were fighting for that chicken dinner nonetheless. But TTQ, that's another important 10 point that they've been able to add up to the tally so far. Meanwhile, I think it's been respectable coming from YG as well as Playbook Esports with 9 and 8. While the rest of the pack, they've gotten about from 6 to even 2 points. And the rest is marginal. Red Esports, they got caught out somewhere in the midst of their rotation. Rather unfortunate, because back in Sanhok, they were doing really well. I could also say the same about Game 2.
And we look at, put our focus on some of the other big teams, right? Like GE 3, Harami Bros 2. So they would have done enough yet to overtake Austria Esports. But for sure, Yango Galacticos have done enough though. And here's the official numbers. Yango Galacticos is officially number 1 with 206 points. In fact, they're the first team to break the 200-point barrier. However, Harami Bros, GE, Playbook Esports are still playing today, so they can still do something about that. As for Austria Esports, officially, they are the number 1, currently at number 2. And Harami Bros, they are just 4 points behind Austria Esports now.
Yeah. Also, Esports might even end up at number 5 by the end of the run, because realistically, PPE is also going to be trailing closely into what Austria could potentially achieve. But any form of slip-ups, we still see maybe Austria retaining their pride, of course, within the top 4. Overall, Sin, with this chicken dinner, getting into that 10th spot, they absolutely will feel so much more relief. and sees himself a chance to move in the top 8 as well. That's where, of course, there's still a little bit of gap to get to 7th, but we'll get to that a little bit while we, of course, focus on the form of the teams that we have for this evening. And I love it. All these teams who are currently stood in the middle of this current leaderboard, they're really putting everything on the line here, and you just love to see it. Goat Esports, power to the top 2. We had FRL also trying to really fight so in some of all these good skirmishes. Now that there's also no presence coming from Max, I think that they see a land of opportunities, and I say land of opportunities, there's only one more Erangel before we dive into those vast open fields of Miramar.
Yeah, but before we move on to the Erangel, of course, we have to remind all of you that this is currently available inside the game right now. The new update, version 3.4, and it is a hefty update, ladies and gentlemen. In case you have not updated it, prepare your Wi-Fi. That's my advice here, because you will get access to the Blood Moon Awakening theme mode inside the game with a new theme area, items and transformation mechanics, and also a new PvE gameplay to explore. So when you update this game, don't forget to download the resources as well, because you want to get the most experience out of your game. Put it into maximum graphics for you to enjoy the best out of PUBG Mobile and this new game mode. And based on what we saw in the ads, well, I'm sure you guys will definitely want to try that. You can actually ban up your friends to go up against Dracula. I mean, how often do you get to do that inside of PUBG Mobile?
That's right, and I definitely would like to try to see if I could actually stand tall against Drac. But here you have a massive deal that is currently available up till the 14th of November, where you should be able to check this out with the brand new Royal Pass Ace 9 that allows you a total prize pool worth over 80,000 UC. That's right, 80,000 UC. So make sure you guys, of course, have a look at that, while, of course, having plenty of all these offerings. You can get all these cool stuff by just having this, and there's even rebates. It's really feeling like PUBG Mobile has been super generous with this Royal Pass.
Absolutely. I mean, just by the rebates itself, you're probably getting back your money's worth by putting in that UC upfront, and you get it back later on. So get it right now, ladies and gentlemen, for a limited amount of time. But the teams will need to get the points in, because the race is down to the final 3 rounds. And here are our predictions. So looks like Contra, you're a bit late to the party.
Yeah, I definitely was. And I'm not too upset about this, because we pre-predict all these votes when it comes down to who gets the chicken dinner. So you were voting for GG as well. Although they're not looking like the hottest team, they definitely do need those points. And when we take a look at bonus points that has been accumulated, they're also just by the borderline. So I can see why you're going for that. Meanwhile, very good names being mentioned, from the Filipino casters all the way to Khmer, and also Myanmar overall. So I think, like, potentially we can definitely get those chicken dinners underway for those names that I mentioned. Sin, yep. Who knows? Maybe double chicken dinner could still be something that's in the works for them, but they definitely have to still be very wary of certain teams who are super hungry in this lobby.
Yeah, and I realized that Stalker and Krim, they accept the fact that Austria Esports will not be #1 this week. So they're like, okay, whatever it is, okay, let's just give it to the next best team. So maybe it be Harami Bros, maybe it PBE, that's fine. For Sammy, he's still staying true to his countryman. He still says that GE can do it. GE can be the #1 team. So he's still putting it up there. But for Bling, well, somebody's going to lose his passport.
Oh boy, yeah. Of course, all jokes aside, I think PBE is a really good state. You know, like you saw, they were matching the tempo with Harame Bros. I can't really say the same about Genesis Esports for what we've gotten for today. Sure, there was that one good round inside of Milta. I say good. It could actually be so much better. You know, like they survived the cut, but we haven't seen momentum being built yet for Justice Esports. Maybe in the later course of Miramar, I think they will feel a lot more comfortable. But for now, I'm not fully convinced just yet. But, you know, our votes could entirely be nowhere close to theirs. So you guys get to vote and tell us who you would like to see get that chicken dinner by just scanning this QR code right below your screen, or should I be specific? Right below me.
Yeah, I noticed that GE has been like topping the fan votes, but not as top as Austria Esports, because every round when Austria is playing, their fan votes is like either more than 50% or just around 50%. But when GE, it was about 20 to 30% last I recall their votes. So put it in more. Fans of GE, your team needs your support. If not, fans of other teams, you'd like to see maybe in the following round, another team would have overtaken GE in being the best fan favorite team to score the chicken dinner away. And also, if you scroll towards the end, once you finish voting, once you're done voting for your favorite team every round, you can vote for your favorite individual player as well. Now, when are we going to announce that? Let's keep that a secret for now. All you need to do is just vote for your favorite player, and when the time comes, you'll find out.
That's right, and of course, we definitely love to see their logos displayed on the screen. And I definitely do remember the past couple of weeks, whenever Aja's playing, it's always like 65% and above. Like, I'm pretty sure you guys could do better. If you guys are from the Philippines, you got PBE, you got Harame Bros. If you're from Myanmar right now, GE definitely looking pretty hot. So I think it's either vote for them or maybe even all the other squads that were on board. So take your pick. And, you know, I also want to see, you know, if there's any Singaporean fans out there. I think that RTC as well as, you know, FV, they definitely need you to really cheer them on. And of course, we're nearing the closure. Is there going to be another week of action before we get to the final stage? Because this could actually wrap up within these final couple of games. So, Sir Cloud, maybe our narrative really has to be focused onto these guys over the bottom, if that's the case.
Yeah, it's definitely the last day, the last 3 games to be exact, before we wrap the league up, and then we'll find out who will be the grand finals, who will gain the maximum starting points in the grand finals, all locked in by the end of today. So it's something for us to keep an eye on and to watch out for as well. So it will be interesting to see, because I have a hunch this week we will see a new individual Terminator as well. We're definitely going to see a new best performing team, but new individual Terminator. I can't wait to see who will it be for this week.
I got a hunch that it could be Ferrales, it could be somebody else. Of course, we'll have to wait out for that. We don't want to give you guys spoilers for the meantime. So, that being said, we still got a total of 4 rounds. 4 chances left for teams to make it to the grand finals. Well, you know, for Asha, they don't really have to worry. I think no matter what, with 2 impressive weekends that they had prior, they have definitely secured it for themselves. Well, here comes match 4 out of 6. The last map of Erangel, and then we'll go to the dusty dunes of Miramar. But for now, looking at what currently is the position of these teams, it's all about getting the most points compared to the other teams, overtaking these teams, get that bonus points, and get that slot for the finals.
Speaking about individual players, do you have like a specific... Okay, if you were given the chance to vote, or you can vote as well if you want to, which one individual player would you vote for as your favorite player?
I think the one that has absolutely impressed throughout this tournament has to be Red Bull. Close to second place. It could be Martin, could be Federales, but I still think that just for, you know, nostalgia's sake, my absolute favorite player throughout this whole tournament has to be Martin.
Right.
Very high impact, and just surprising. His playstyle, he can go supportive, he can go full-on aggressive. Whatever you need him to be for Asia Esports, he is that Swiss knife of the squad. But here we are into the match as we are already seeing a little tug of war in the early game.
Yeah. Imagine if it's Martin, right? Like he has played through the times like PMCO and like the PM. I believe he played during the PMPL era as well, and now and even the Metro Royale era. I mean, this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not forget about that as well. I mean, this guy is like what you said, a Swiss knife, can just play across all these different game modes and different rules.
Did they manage to win the whole thing? I can't remember because
Oh
it's
yeah,
been a,
they did. They did.
you know, like this guy's hustling for all these big bucks. And I'm happy for this man. I mean, he deserves all that he could get with the wealth of experience. This fight in 70, though, is going to be very important. Not only for GG, but for RTC. They are almost tied in points. GG only had that one upper hand because they took down that RTC member, so they're here to settle the scores. Now, we talked a lot about the bottom end of the table. This could actually build the momentum on each side. Labo has got a lot of work here. He notices all three members running across, but I think that they have also gotten a little bit of clue that there is that one player around. So it's going to be a little bit of a dance-off before they get into the thick of a fight.
Yeah, and since we have a bit of a dance off here, I just want to come back to your point on Martin hustling, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, not everyone's a G9 who can open a Mukata restaurant. Just saying.
He's collecting for his own Mukata restaurant, perhaps.
Maybe.
You know, if you were to ask me if I have all that money in the world, I would also open a restaurant in Thailand. The food scene there is incredible. I've been there a couple of times, and I can only sing praises for them.
I'll just invest with G9 because he's G9. So
Yeah.
yeah, like just say it's G9's restaurant and he'll easily pull the crowd. But GE wish they didn't pull the crowd because they just lost one player, and we're gonna talk about their chances of still being the number one team. And to start off with only 3 players, that's not the ideal situation for GE.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a little rough. But GG, they are taking very scattered approach. You take a look at Baby Harry on top of that church rooftops. If he gets singled out, it's still going to be an even fight. GG very cautious on their approach. High stakes in this fight. The battle for the top 16 of the grand finals could be drawing to a close, though RTC might not have accumulated the most bonus points so far. Any leapfrog will definitely supplement them a whole lot more, but let's see if they could actually win out this battle now that they're on that deficit. The match to see Labo couldn't running around. Labo has always been that elusive player. Now he gets to regroup with the rest of his teammates, also calling for help coming from Kami. That's one name that I don't always see, as they will have perhaps a battle taking place on this outskirts of the field. Pushes coming through. Jisoo getting kicked off. Beautiful jump shot coming from Dambot, and it's always him. It has to be him. And he managed to find 2. Crazy stuff. Even Labo chimed in.
Whoa.
But there's any form of space. The kid now holds tucked in for the balcony. While Baby Harris also found that elimination over onto Dambot. As it all erupts, the kid and Baby Harry is scattered through. The rebounds have to kick in, but I don't think there's any time to do so.
Yeah, because everyone's like moving right now, including the kid. Okay, but the kid already has that space bought by him. And now he is kicking in the revive. But RTC, they're moving as well. Oh, Kimi managed to get across just in time. I mean, he took like 50% of damage there. Labakun is here as well. So Kimi, okay, fire back by the kid. And now only 1 left. GG might win this round, but they have to make sure they wrap things up clean. And just on top of that second floor is the final player from RTC. The kid knows exactly where he is. It's down to Kimi to come up with a big clutcher. Jumps down to the ground floor. Kimi gets 1. And he will secure that elimination point. 2 more to go. Goes into the building. Blind spray into the smoke just to be counter-fired by the final member of GG. That's Baby Harris.
Wow, that was a Harry situation for Baby Harry. No pun intended, but they definitely have taken a big sigh of relief after winning out that trade because it could have been so far worse. Down to a 1 versus 1, and he managed to find that through the smoke. Another fight breaks loose. KE, with a very decisive push, will be able to find that member. This is a lot more straightforward, and somehow KE is getting hustled through. One member left. How much more can be done here, holding through the stairwells? The nade bounces back towards him.
That almost became a disaster for
Yeah.
Liquid. Alright. Oh wait.
What?
Wait. Rage?
Ronnie? Come on, man.
Oh.
This guy, he's got nowhere else to run. But Rage, he take what he gets. And now it seems like TTQ notices that there is going to be somebody up the heels. Problem is, their vehicles are out in the open. The tires will eventually be popped, so TTQ might not have anywhere to go.
And that is obviously good news for Harame Bros. They have this elevation against them. But Harame Bros told themselves that, okay, we stole that one elimination. We popped their tires. We're out.
Yeah, for a moment when they hop on those wheels, I thought that they would go in for the full collapse, but they were smart enough to take notice that it was a lot more straightforward for TTQ, so there was no need for even much reset to be done. They will respect that form of prowess that TTQ has at the moment. Now, another team that has, done decently throughout the course of this week, we gotta also highlight Dread Esports. Like, game 1, they managed to really rack in a big Fury round. As a matter of fact, of course, with chicken dinner at that, a lot of these teams were assuming that this circle is going directly towards the center of Potato Hills. And as a matter of fact, they are absolutely right. This is going to be great for PvE.
Right smack in the middle of it. Harame Bros not too far as well. They're on the outside of Pachinki. Pachinki is their regular drop spot, so they know this area like the back of their hand. Genesis Esports, where are you? Okay, they're probably somewhere in the middle because there are like so many overlapping colors there. So that also means that we might see engagements coming in soon. With more teams coming into the circle from the northern side. We have a goat passing by school, going up to the high ground just on the south side of school as well. So far, pretty clear for them. Interesting. Normally, this area you would get teams camping here, but this time, not really. So it's a free pass for goat.
Yeah, that is going to be a really good space for them to really take claim because we'll expect a lot more of these teams to eventually cut into these corners if the urban areas are going to be surrounded with too many of bunch. Over the south side, though, it was rather interesting the last we saw that was TTQ. Harame Bros decides to pull back towards the hillside, where it is great that they didn't really fully commit into Pachinki City because to get out of there would be another trouble heading into the later phase of the game. Just being very cautious about where the rest of the teams are currently situated. But Evie, they're taking things one step at a time. Evie, of course, with the stakes being so much lower, I honestly think that it's going to be mathematically impossible for them to play for the grand finals, but they could certainly put a dent to the rest of the pack in the competition.
Yeah, and in other words, playing for pride, right? Like giving it back to the fans, the people who are supporting them. At least bring out a chicken dinner poster. I think that will be a nice send off to the season, right? And hopefully we'll be able to see them again coming back stronger next season. And we spoke about Goat Esports having a good clear entry from the school area, but looks like one of their players just got eliminated. Happened to bump into another team, and we'll be playing the rest of the round with 3. And this area where the high ground is, just on the southern side of school, not taken by Elevate instead.
That's true. Elevate Esports. They hunker down into this spot. They know that any further they go across the spine of hill, they will be expecting a little bit of a challenge. Whereas It's been a relatively quiet round compared to what we've been offered for the past couple of Erangels, which has been explosive. By stage 6, or stage 5 even, half of the lobby is just vanished. If that's even going to be the right sentence for me to use. But you can see the pressures on a lot of all the teams could make massive differences with maybe just a couple of pointers. One bad fight, they could be sent out of a grand finals. That's what's currently at stake here. Where Goat Esports, they managed to see a few members of Piranha Bros driving by. Great spot on catch. Royale is being brought down to only about 50% HP as he slowly wraps himself back up. Gotta keep his eyes on the wheels though. How about a corner edge? They are looking to clip onto that member of Goat Esports that's currently sending his their way. Quite dangerous coming from 21's approach.
Wow, I thought that Piranha Bros would prioritize getting into the circle, but no. Instead, they took a high ground position to try to fight back against Goat. These boys, they are hungry for eliminations. But these two teams are definitely hungry for some as well. Playbook Esports, not a team to shy away from fights. Now they have the chance to do it against Elevate. And they took down Kayla, the players of Elevate. 3 more to go.
It's going to be tough to work his way around. Coca-Cola just randomly tosses these nades. But time it perfectly, while Elevate Esports will have to eventually seek for assistance. Bomboy passing by, and really getting clipped. He's thankful that he's not going to be fully knocked out just yet. Round and round he goes, and perfect spray down for Mitchie. Still going in for more. He knows that Coca-Cola is there as he tries to bring out the S12K jump shot. He has to go for a knock, and there's the
Got it. Oh! Just to be shot down by Nathan from the back, and Nathan now firing back onto them. The members of Elevate could still be revived, but he has to win the fight against Dale now. The final active member for Playbook Esports. Kayla just across him, and Dale, he has this one trusting Nate left. They let it, and he managed to get a knockdown back onto Kayla, who just got revived. Tries to secure that elimination point. Nathan takes a bit of damage, and from the other end, it is going to be Dale to wrap things up and be the hero for Playbook Esports.
Absolute clutch moments out there. The nades were on point, and he gets to get the full revives off the entire squad. Impeccable performance. And they were turning ring around the rosy. It started off with Mitchie really corralling the rest of Elevate Esports, hoping to pick off this fight. Speaking of a fight, another form of a fight will break loose. Ranzer now quickly takes on one, but it will be run across. Great job by Rick, and they didn't really have to do too much more. So this will be well secured. The 4th pointer in for the members of Harami Bros. But going back to that, Dale, oh Dale. And now the race is on. You see this Filipino rivalry, PPE as well as Harami Bros, they're still neck and neck.
Yeah, they're still not letting go of those potential elimination points, right? And good enough for them. They got another one. Let's see if Popov can survive this rotation. Trying to get as close as possible to the middle of the circle, but his back tire is punctured. This is bad news. He's actually running into Dread Esports. He'll be dreading this moment the moment he arrives. Dread Esports, they're prepared for him. Demios cooking up the snake, tosses it down to the ground floor, but nobody's at home. Demios goes down and immediately gets that elimination onto Popov.
Smart fadeaway. He just runs out the door to line that shot completely. But Ramen Bros, they caught Goat Esports. They were just hoping to just crash into some of all these compounds, but eventually got caught out. Goat down over on to their position, only reaping 1 point, while there's another fight that's been happening around this corner farm. We finally get to see a little bit more presence coming from Genesis Esports. Not that they're in any good shape. Demios now gets that big nade sent towards his face. Therefore, the revives will go to a flash now, back on track. Genesis Esports, with only 2 members, could they still make the top 10 cut? It could still be very daunting. FV, they could be the next challengers here to move up against Genesis.
Ooh, Smart managed to save a Flash in time. He was the one who actually mollied down Flash. Not too sure what happened earlier on, but he made up for it. So that's absolutely fine. And now it's time for Smart to continue on the action against the other members of Dread Esports.
What more can they do? Just teams wrapping around these middle sector. Strangers across the corner. Devious and the rest of Dread Esports not giving him enough space to work with. So it's going to be a direct challenge. But Master Smile, he rotates across the corner. Devious still limping. He will need to eventually be revived. But is he going to step out of that shack is going to be the question. Devious needs to make that important decision. Once he runs out, he can get caught out. Speaking of which, that is going to be Jipna taken down.
Okay, Genesis Esports fights back. Smile gets the Mios. Confirms the elimination. Nice nade into the smoke to land that one elimination point. And now they still need to be aware of other teams around them as well. But anyway, because of this area, it's like a well-surrounded compound area. So they have the space to not only reset themselves, not only to reload, but to psychologically calm down. And that's one of the most important elements when you're in the PUBG Mobile Esports at this level.
Yeah, that cooldown period is definitely vital for them to reset themselves, get back on track, continue to hustle through this really tough lobby. Now another nade exchange does find and clip the member of Flash Vision Esports, and you know, surprise, surprise, through it all, Flash once again pop, and it will be the full squad of Dread Esports that gets taken out instead. Incredible. GE was not supposed to survive that.
Yeah, they got a bit of help from other teams.
FV in specific.
Yeah, great stuff there. Great survivability, I would say, for GE to still hold on to the compound, even though that they were pressured so hard. But now the circle have shifted. Okay, so we only have like 2 teams who are fully on the outside of the circle. Playbook Esports on the north, Sin on the right side, but they are joining in with their teammates within the circle. And Flash Vision is just beside them. We have them on screen right now. They want to finish off the final member of Flash Vision, that is Master Toki.
Big nades down, prime right in. Sin tries to get the perfect alignment, but Toki's got this angle covered up. He's hugging by real tight, but it's only one big bang that they needed. Flash Vision, they crashed out. They did manage to secure 2 points. Not too shabby after all. Sin so far looking to be so dominant throughout this whole circuit of the final day of the league. And I would say that from the look of the minimap earlier on, TTQ is currently holding the god angles through the potato hills with plenty of spacing to play with, whereas all these other teams are struggling to even try to claim a compound through the course of the farm. YG, they've always played it on the south side. Spots a straggling member on the side of Sin Esports, but it's quite some distance to cover at the very least. So I don't think that they're going to take too long trying to put that pressure around the members of Sin, while the grenades coming in from Smile. That Shack is a fortress again. Down to Bunny. Maybe asking for a helping hand. Does it have any more grenades? Now it's the time to use it if Master Smile has it.
My friend, do not look down on Smile. This is Smile that we're talking about for Genesis Esports. One of the top players are, oh, okay, let's forget that I said that. You know, that's a thing called the caster's curse.
I love that you've just set him up with a hype play, and he just went down. Unfortunately, it happens. But he's not out yet. That's the good news. So he could still have a little bit more of that impact. Speaking of that, I have also jinxed it. Get slow. We'll make sure that, yep, you don't get to talk about him anymore in this matchup.
Yep.
Now we do have the 8 teams, though. Oh boy, that makes us even, right?
Yeah, we'll call it a truce for now. We'll call it a truce. But you know who won't be calling a truce? Our 3 teams that we can see on the minimap right here. So Stranger Esports have the outer side of the circle. Now, that also means that in about 15 more seconds, they might not get the circle. If they are forced to move out, there will be 2 different teams who can look at them. That is Risk Guys and Sin.
True enough, and initially I thought TTQ would have actually taken a lot more of that spacing, and yes, they do hold out, but the pressure is on coming in from PBE, and I love the angles that PBE is currently taking. They have Monboy up the hill, and they're sending Gale to deal with this. We last saw PBE brimming with confidence to take on other teams, and now they have the angles set right through. It is a meat grinder. He's currently stuck inside of the washroom. That's no place to hide out, and that is just a perfect clearance. PBE, once again, being absolute bosses of the field. They get to dictate who will even get anywhere close by, as every close compound fight they have won with such an outrageous performance.
Yeah, I know the washroom is a zen place. Contra definitely knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, but not that kind of washroom, for sure. Where you have guns pointing at you. And you got Harame Bros, you're pointing guns at Yangu Gadigos. Now, this fight will be big, right? It involves our top teams. Let's see who's able to win this. So far, Harame Bros doing so far so good. And this one shot made by Rick might knock one of their players down, but nope, not just yet.
He still has one more grenade to be pried out. Rick might actually find it. He is
got
going to get it in time. And oh, no time for the revives. That was a desperate play. And there are still Molotovs being sent right in. Ferrales has got so much more to offer up against the members of Yangon Galacticos, but cute Loki, he did manage to drop that nade. Advantage still in the hands of Harame Bros. Jappy is not out just yet. But the longer they take, GG might have some involvement in that skirmish as well. But the coast has been cleared off. YG, they don't get to rally on. So this is definitely prime time for Harame Bros to create a gap and will, once again, overtake Yangon Galacticos.
And now they want to try to overtake GG. They're rushing out to Jisoo. Baby Harris is down. Nothing much you can do about it. And a quick rush, quick elimination onto Jisoo. And that is good game Esports. Eliminated by Harame Bros. 11 eliminations for them as of now. All they need to do is reset before Playbook Esports comes by.
I love these decisive strikes coming in from Harame Bros. They wasted no time. The moment that they wrapped up against Yangon Galacticos, loot up for whatever utilities that they've got, immediately took up another fight. Woo! That's how proactive they play, and beautiful shots connecting for Ferrales. What do we expect from the gentleman? But they're making rain! What on earth is going on? This nade from Sin Esports is just not giving any form of room, forcing Ferrales to hug by the inner side of the shack. I'd say one more good nade could connect, but most of these members of Sin Esports also has been bombarded. RSG now might actually find themselves this chance for a chicken dinner as well. They're taking that center stage, but they're also in the shack of their own. So I think that they will still be relatively passive as compared to their usual playstyle. While PBE, they take so much of that northern terrain, and I think that this is going to be the team to be the finalist of this match.
Yeah, Playbook Esports now is the big boss here, the anime big boss for all these teams. Not only because they got the circle, but because they have this high ground terrain, they can overlook all the other teams in front of them. And at this point, it's them just waiting for teams to come towards Playbook Esports. But Harame Bros, they will not go down without a fight. Look at the Spinnerellas. Swift movement by him to try to take down the members of Sin. But he's not able to land those shots yet. Range is knocked back down, so he needs to be revived. But Rick is doing the work there, while Federales tries to buy enough time.
Yeah, it's getting a little awkward over the south. They have to clear up all these fights before getting in the zone, and then PB will just be out there waiting to greet them later on. Sin Esports had to utilize all these smokes as they are trying to journey their way over onto the far eastern corner of the map, and suddenly that becomes a three-way battle. I say that, but it is actually a lot more straightforward. Big nades now being sent right in. Both teams want to claim these points for their own. RSG is just merely sitting ducks for now. I'm just surprised. You know, we saw this scene before, just on the outside of the farm. RSG, they've been in that shack for at least a good 5 minutes.
Well,
but I guess their time might just be over here.
Yeah, with 762 coming behind, that is cool. Get the nade onto maybe Bunny will be finished off by Cool, but Cool Knocked out just like that. Where did that come from?
They just full sent it. They took that to Sia. They rampaged through. And now Federalis at least stays alive. That's the main man that they want to fight through all these battles. STE also licking their wounds right now. I say that, but Get Slow is not even anywhere close for that revive. So it's 1 versus 3 between Harami Bros as well as Get Slow. They do get a little glimpse of it. Those nades are being sent right in. That buggy, so far, charging ferociously last round.
Ooh.
And right now, PBE have finally decided it's time to extend their wings, extend their stretch. Big nades connecting. Now we get that classic Filipino warfare. Rick now going for those long range shots. Gets a catch. Rick somehow connects a few, but will not stay alive. PBE takes the win with 17 eliminations on Harami Bros, though. I still think that this is one hell of a round to be claimed here by PBE.
But it was Harami Bros who scored the 17 eliminations. Second place, 17 eliminations. I wouldn't be surprised when the total number tallies. They are above Playbook Esports, even though they scored the chicken dinner. I mean, if we kind of look at the entire round, the circle kept going away from Harami Bros. But like what you said, in the game, they were very, very decisive. When they see an opportunity, they just go for it. They don't waste any time. They go for it. They take a couple of knocks, which is fine. They're able to reset again. They revive each other. They take the next fight, clear off their sides, and at the end, they were at second place with 17 eliminations. 17 eliminations. The chicken dinner probably doesn't matter for Harami Bros at that point.
Not at all. And, you know, like, all these teams that were, like, 3 of them playing by the corner with, you know, Get Slow being one of them from the side of Sin Esports. RG were just separated by those shacks. That's barely enough room for cover. Since that, they've noticed that, hey, these guys are taking too long to wrap up. You know what? We'll sort it out for them. Like, if they're not going to claim the points, we will. You know, it was either A, play for a chicken dinner, take the fight up against Playbook Esports, which is relatively risky because of the grounds that PBE has. If they do win out that trade, maybe you will see them really taking the game. But I think this is a smart play coming from Harami Bros, right? You get that massive 17-pointer, so maybe even with the chicken dinner, it won't even add up anywhere close. But of course, we'll see about that. PBE, they played this in an impressive manner because they took charge of a lot of these teams who were hoping to cut through. And that's why a lot of these other squads were stuck inside the farm.
Right, so yeah, the numbers right. Playbook Esports got 12. Harami Bros 17. For sure, Harami Bros would have gotten more points than Playbook Esports now. But while we allow our officials to tally up the scores, we'll be checking out the highlights here from this round. So this is an important fight for Playbook Esports on the potato kill. All they need to do is win this fight against Elevate, and they did really, really well, especially towards the end, when they only had one player left, came out with a big clutch to score that win. And from there, they just moved into the circle. The circle kind of favored them and pulled towards the northern side a bit more. And yeah, that's how they had an easy entry into the circle to score this chicken dinner.
True enough, and that was that clutch factor coming in from Dill. If Elevate has won that fight, who knows, it might have been an Elevate dinner as well. But judging from this, look at those bombardments, those hail of nades that was tossed out. And it was not easy at all being Harami Bros. They had to go in for multiple resets and endless fights throughout the course of the run. So I will still say PBE was deserving of the chicken dinner because they played a lot smarter as compared to playing all out aggressive like how Harami Bros did. But hey, no harm, no foul. Both sides are big winners to carry on to be Filipinos' finest. I mean, the Philippines' finest, of course. So that being said, Federalis consistently has been taking the MVP title. I think this week's MVP belongs to him. No doubt. This guy, absolute superstar for the squad.
I would love to be wearing that jersey and walk around in Malaysia, if you know what I mean.
Oh,
I would get a lot of eyes staring and wondering, Haram Bro shirt in Malaysia. Now, if you happen to be from maybe the Indonesian region or Brunei, Singapore, Malaysia, you probably know what I'm talking about here. But, anyway, this guy, now he comes out with 8 eliminations for his team. That is almost about half of the team's eliminations, a total of 17 that they've collected. Total damage of 1,147. And he's an all-rounder. If you kind of look at his playstyle, right? Not only brings in the numbers, but also his contribution to hold over the teams while the revive happens behind the scenes. But we're not going to take away the glory of the chicken dinner brought to you by Playbook Esports.
Yeah, and they also have been adding those staggering numbers and have been super consistent for today's run. There were plenty of opportunities that they could seize the chicken dinner, and here they finally delivered. So, as we do know, when you get those double digit of elimination points, it will always be very close to a 2K mark in the total damage department. But, you know, that hustle crew up against Elevate Esports, that victory was the most important for this to be possible for Playbook Esports, and they definitely have to thank Dale for that.
Yeah, shout out to Dale though. When he got into the team, he actually texted me saying that, hey, I got into Playbook Esports. I was like, yeah,
Wow.
Actually I saw the announcement before he told me that. It's like, cool. It's because we happen to be playing with each other in a different Tencent title.
I see.
Yeah, high-ranking player, by the way. But overall stats here, okay. All right. Throwables use 300 plus. This is definitely on the high side, but nothing can beat that 400 plus.
Yeah, and overall, you know, like, there's just so many things that have erupted within this form of matchup. There's still have the time to actually go for the airdrops, which was really impressive. And, you know, now that we're covered most of these vital stats out there, I think, like, in the Philippines, there's just so many successful esports personalities with the name Dale, you know, like from another game, there's a Dale, and here in PUBG Mobile, you got this phenomenal star coming in from Playbook Esports. So, of course, you guys know what I'm talking about if you guys are from the region, and in Malaysia, probably the name will be Aiman. You know, plenty of Aimans that found success.
Yeah, there's like 200 Aimans in the Malaysian esports scene. So, match standings here. Okay, so it's a confirmation. Harami Bros collected more points than Playbook Esports, 23 to be exact. Playbook Esports with 22 points. So that's like, what, 45 points collected just by these top 2 teams, leaving the other teams with like the other remaining points, right? But still, a lot of them got away with something, except for Fearless Esports, the only team without any points in this round. Other than that, a lot of single-digit teams, single-digit points for our top teams, like Younger Galacticos 2, GE 2, and yeah, Younger Galacticos GE 2. So they still haven't done enough to overtake Osha Esports.
Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one for YG. I think, like, they have decent rounds, but of course there's still a few more chances, as we're gonna be moving to Miramar shortly. Right now it is Harami Bro sitting at the top of the table. Filipino fans, where you at? As PB have also rise up to the occasion. You know, even despite some small circumstances we're seeing deduction of points, they are still up there. That's a testament to the strength of what this squad has to offer. Well, you know, the teams with more than 100 points are relatively looking to be safe for this weekend. Now, GG has been pushed down to 17. That's a big concern. TTQ's been looking solid for today, but there is definitely more gap to be closed up. TTQ, are they going to bridge through that 100-pointer club by the end of the day? We'll have to see.
Wow, number 1, number 2 now. 2 Filipino teams. Lakat matatang, they say. Wow, great work here by Harame Bros and Playbook Esports. But the competition is still tight because we got 2 more rounds to go. Genesis Esports mathematically can still catch up to Harame Bros and also Playbook Esports. So that is still doable. But that also means that it's not so good news for Osha Esports. I mean, realistically, even by the start of the show, we can already kind of foresee that to happen. So I guess it is what it is. The gap wasn't big enough.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly a huge margin out there, but of course, stakes are still pretty high. Teams need to look forward to qualifying for the grand finals, and I am pretty sure that, you know, all these big performers will be seeing them in the grand finals, but they're fighting for those juicy bonus points. It's only going to be a tiny margin, like first place you get 20 points, second place 19, 18, and kind of whatever, right, in the grand scheme of things. But any advantage you have against Austria Esports, that is what they are fighting for in the finals. So with that being said, we'll come back after a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll have our finale real soon.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting. with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Here we have it, the final run of our league stage for this season's PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Fall 2024. With the remaining 2 games that will be played inside of Miramar, that will determine, locked in, who will be the top 16 and who will bring home maximum points to be their starting points in the grand finals. My name is Cloud. Together with Contra, we will be here together with you for the remaining 2 games, and we can't wait to see what's going to be unfold.
That's right, and of course, there's plenty of stakes here on the line. The top teams, they're looking for those extra bonus points to challenge the impressive run that Asia Esports had for 2 weeks back-to-back. Now that Asia missed out 1 day, it really feels like that opportunity for them to hold on to that #1 spot has been denied. Now it's Harame Bros or maybe even PPE, and still 2 rounds potentially for Yanga Galactico to take over. But, you know, before we even get into the game, you can also go and check out the Crimson Battle that begins inside of PUBG Mobile, as we currently have the Blood Moon Awakening event where you can challenge Count Dracula and go for the PvE gameplay to explore around with these new team areas, items, and transformation mechanics. So, update to version 3.4 now.
Oh, I didn't know that Dracula came from South Asia, but that's okay. There could be versions that I did not know of. But what I do know is that we have a new RPA9 available right now. Okay, this is the one that I don't know how to do a voiceover for this, because it's like you have like zombie, you have ghost, and you have oriental. Like the last I watched all my Chinese ghost movies, like none of them really speak, so I don't know how it would sound. So 14 November, ladies and gentlemen, is the final date for you to get this. But don't wait till that gate right now, because you can get a rebate of up to 720 UC. Basically, that's your UC back.
Yeah, I guess that, you know, it's definitely in line with the current theme of perhaps Halloween coming soon in October. So, I don't know, maybe want to go for something spooky, but, you know, nothing spooky about these predictions, though. I think TTQ is in their prime form. Same can be said about SEA Esports today. They have had those impressive runs, so therefore, I think like we're standing with very good chance with them with a consistent top 5. Whereas, I think it's pretty standard we get these other casters to be voting for the current hot and running teams. PBE, they're on the right trajectory, and Aya is definitely going for the current favorites, Harame Bros.
Yeah, come on, guys. Like, let's not make cliche predictions, right? Because you won't know which team might surprise you. So maybe you guys can put it in your prediction as well. You know, support your favorite team by scanning the QR code down here. We have 2 more maps to go. Both of them will be played at Miramar. So far, throughout the entire day, we have seen Genesis Esports being up there. So maybe it's time for some of the other teams to be given a chance to be showcased as well. And while you're at it, at the end of the form, you can also pick your favorite individual player to be voted.
That's right, that's for the Rising Star Award, where, you know, it is the best performing player who you actually think has been playing out of their minds, as we are going to be moving into our Miramar run real soon. That's a little bit of a tangle of my tongue, don't worry. But of course, things can get very chaotic, but in the early game, at least we've got plenty of times to really look into how the charts are currently like for these teams who are on board. So without further ado, this is match 5 out of 6, the penultimate ending right here for the teams who have put tremendous effort through the past 3 weeks up till this very day, and then we are bound for our grand finals.
Oh yeah, everything will be wrapped up for the league stage after these 2 games. So whatever it is, the teams will need to make the most out of it, including teams who have not got their chicken dinner poster up. So it's time for them to play for pride and put it up for the fans as well. We're going to see the flight path from the south side this time, starting from the area of Prison all the way to the right side of just above Impala. So teams who like to drop up north will need to travel quite a fair bit. Now Patona is one of those finale circles that we have yet to see. That is where, if I have a wish list for the circle to go there, at least just once.
Yeah, we did see an almost circle, a circle that did cover a lot of water back in Erangel. And today's trend of trajectories have always been a skewered type of flight path. Are we getting an early battle here? I think it's going to be RTC versus a couple of all these teams. It's actually Goat Esports versus Yangon Galactic goes very early on. Oh, as a matter of fact, it is RTC. They managed to take one player out. Who exactly could that be? Time to find out.
It was one of the players of Goats. That's what I noticed that. Okay, they happen to be sharing the same area in Valdemar. Circle-wise, it's going to be an okay circle centered around a power grid. So that's a fine circle. They're 100% land. But the fight here inside of Valdemar is not over yet. We have Yaka on the other end, RTC. They had a good start. Dambot is the one to gain that first elimination. I'm pretty sure he is not related to Damroot. So happen to be sharing the same name, but also hoping they can put on a similar kind of performance to entertain us.
Yeah, that's what we hope to expect coming in from RTC. Back in week 1, they did pretty well for a couple of games, and I was convinced that it would have been a decent performance coming from the Singaporean region of both FV as well as RTC. Of course, RTC, the better out of both, still has a chance to actually pull off maybe a 13th place finish. Of course, closing the gap against KE will be very difficult, but overall, manageable. So it's going to be an important one, especially now that they do have a hit start against GOAT. They need to basically be the ones to go on for a more decisive strike. Monster truck available, but I think that they barely loot up. They take a look at Labokun. He's only got like a pump shotgun, UMP in the other hand as well. So this is definitely going to be a little tough for them to eventually crack until they have the right resources to do so.
Yeah, so far they have control of this area, right? So they can take their time to loot. But look at the minimap, right? There's one player of Goat on that high ground, looking down. I wonder what sort of... okay, he's hoping to get a knock. Okay, Labokun is on the rooftop, though. So I wonder if you can actually see Labokun from that distance and what sort of weapons does he have to try to shoot down Labokun. But the fact that Labokun went down to the ground floor again, so I guess that whatever chance that was presented to 21, that is, was kind of missed.
Yeah, there's still opportunities for GOAT Esports. And knowing GOAT Esports, they're usually the ones who are also very interested in close quarter combat. Maybe they're just waiting for the rest of RTC to get closer. Whereas all the other teams who are scattered across the field, I think like the only tricky thing about this current map that has been played out is the trajectory where certain teams, they were forced to play into alternate locations of the map than their usual direct drops because El Pozo wasn't accessible. A lot of all these areas like St. Martin needed a lot more of a stretch, which is why you will see teams taking a slower start. Cruz de Val will be one of the safest spots possible to eventually rotate from. So I still think that this is going to be pretty decent on how they're going to be able to manage some of all these rounds. But for now, I keep a close eye on to Harame Bros. This is the team to beat at the moment. PPE so far tries their best to catch on to them, but for some reason, Harame Bros has just been on that ultra aggressive last round. How many points was that from elimination? Was it 17?
17, yeah.
Wow. Just to even think of it, it's crazy how this team could do so much in a round, whereas other teams are struggling with only 1-2 points per round.
Yeah, I think based on the movement for the previous round, right, it is quite apparent like how they did it. It's like they don't hesitate. They decide, they commit to it, and it gave them the reward because it did not allow other teams to really recover. Just like what RTC is going through right now, right? 2 players knocked, okay, but yeah. To be fair, in this kind of situation, it's really hard to commit all in, but still Laboko is still trying to go in for it onto 21. 21 is right now in front of him. Laboko with a UMP turns back around while 21 is going for the chase with a nade in hand. He's looking to see if he can land that one, but the nade is a bit short toss. It was tossed long, then it could have been a maybe. But anyway, Laboko is already in the building, so that nade will not land at all.
Yeah, a little bit of a good gap in between these two teams, though. I think that if there's anyone to dictate how they would be able to turn things around for RTC is going to be Kami on the lower ridge. Whereas I still see plenty of opportunities for Go Esports now that there's lesser room to play for the rest of RTC members. Meanwhile, catch happens. Jappy also immediately being traded off. Liquid didn't manage to really convert it just yet, but Harame Bros, they will have to be very careful on this approach. Now being knocked, but Federalis tries to see if there's going to be any form of way to regarner that control. Cage now spotted in the open. He's not going to give him any form of good time. He tries to toss the nade, gets caught out.
So Jappy is back up again. Harame Bros, this is the system that they have. One gets knocked, the other covers, and they'll be able to revive their fallen teammates. So great work there by Harame Bros. At the same time, they're able to get a elimination point out of Rick, and they also managed to shoo away the other members of Title Quick Esports. So nice defense turned into offense, and now they have that entire space for themselves. We come back onto Validemar, where we still have Gold Esports and RTC.
And it seems like they're taking a long time to wrap up this fight. Jamie now goes into the smoke and only gets clipped. Unknown with that massive spray. Gonna take that knife out and carve a smile. Oh, he's carrying him. What a chat. I've never seen this before. Guys, clip this. Come on, man. Give this guy some space. Okay.
Yeah.
He's telling Kami, show us where your teammates
Oh,
are.
pull it back. No. You're
Is
not
he
going to
going
call
for
that.
the dumpster?
No.
He's trying to pull it in the dumpster.
Okay, Kimi tries to walk away. Unknown says, no. You're coming back. No, I'm done with you. All right. You're just a nuisance right now. You can't stay put. You know, you're just like my child. You know, you can't stay put. I just send you back.
I've never seen that before in competitive play. But that was hilarious, to say the least. But if you're on RTC side, there's definitely no laughs about that. Or I could be wrong. I mean, RTC, I was hopeful they could actually make the cut, but losing out like that, it's painful, man.
Yeah, when they got the first knock, right? And they got the first elimination, but then just to lose by the fact that they were not really surrounded, but there was that one player that kind of distracted them. 21 distracted them, so they couldn't put full focus into the compound area. So that just had to happen for RTC. Nevertheless, they have one more round to try to bring their poster up. We move over to KE. 2 players left in this building, and there's one of their opponent on the outside. Okay, that's Liquid there. He popped that smoke, so that gave away the signal that somebody is there. So KE, they might be curious enough to try to check that building.
Yeah, for now, Liquid's just gonna try to hold out. Campus now on the rotation. This could be a good opportunity. Unfortunately, bullets did not align all too well enough. But over on the course of the kill, Elevate Esports goes in for the full push. Red Esports got no answer back. What a clean takedown. And it's an ace for Elevate Esports. Also in a matter of running, but where exactly are these bullets coming from? Oh, these fields are absolutely dangerous. Master D2K, though, after taking notice that Liquid's out there, Liquid hasn't really made a move. I'm surprised that Master D2K did not opt to try to break that vehicle even right in front of him.
Yeah, I'm surprised that his other teammate did not like wrap around and maybe coming from behind so that they sandwich Liquid. Instead, they choose to let Liquid go. Interesting. I would have thought that, hey, you have 2 players, it's against 1. Might as well try to go in for it. But no, they decided to just let him go.
Yeah. Quite the maneuver that KE's after. I guess it's better for you to not take too long, because who knows, they might even call in for the cavalry. Meanwhile, look at Dale. He's all alone, lurking around, trying to hike up the hillside. With the rest of PBE hoping to take claim of this Picado Hill, where we will see a little bit of a skirmish happening. Cap is now caught up. So KE so far has been having such a rough weekend here not having much impact, but we know KE is able to do so much more through the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, with the current state of KE, they won't be able to do much more this round, except for trying to get the placement points. But that wouldn't be able to boost them up too much in the overall weekly rankings. For now, that is. But there's still one more round to go, so let's see what they can come out with next. Anyway, we'll definitely see them in the grand finals. It's just a matter of starting points.
Yeah, definitely. And for now, Fearless Esports, they're still outside of the playing area. Where exactly could they be? They're journeying from their southern end. So potentially, if they do cut across, we'll see plenty of fights taking place over the corner hill, which is why we start to see many teams congregate over onto the valleyways. Yangon Galacticos will take charge over the north, and we are seeing gold members after the fight in Valdemar. They will be greeted by YG. Cute Loki will be the first one to take charge of that. Therefore, we'll see whether or not this fight will take place. Hurrah Bros smack center between STE as well as PBE. I wonder if they will be sandwiched too much in between to the point that they get overwhelmed, or could they actually weather the storm out there, because this is looking to be pretty claustrophobic, plenty of colors on our map. Well, I'm sure there's still some places that they could play out from.
But speaking about places to play, right? Like when we saw the circle earlier one, like there was this major road that split in the middle of the circle. Nobody's actually up north. Like everybody's down south. So only 50% of that circle is kind of like utilized. So that also means that we'll get to see more fights coming into the stage.
And with that being said, I think it's really because of that flight pattern where we saw many more squads were playing over that southern area of play. And whoever comes in from the north side, they're going to be absolutely having a big smile on their face, knowing that, you know, you won't be having big risks to take. They could just let all these teams fight out and maybe play for a win. I say fights, and TTQ is the first one out. There goes my prediction. But, you know, I'm not too concerned just yet. Whereas, other than that, Stage 3 still being relatively silent, but as I say that, there's going to be more and more pickoffs happening through the field.
Oh, and speaking about pickoffs, Jisoo will be the next one to fall. 1 second from Fearless Esports, knocked down and eliminated by Wako from Sin. And another fight's happening elsewhere. It could potentially be a long-range pickoff. And so far, we can still... I can still imagine that a lot of teams are still trying to rotate into the circle, knowing that... or not knowing that, or for us to be knowing that, a lot of teams are playing on the south side instead. So as they rotate, they got picked off. Just like what the potential that might happen here. Yep, that is Yakka picking off Kayla from Elevate. You probably didn't expect that, with Yakka hiding behind his vehicle.
Yeah, great catch out there. Meanwhile, there's not going to be any form of a saving grace for Elevate Esports to even respond, but they at least will try to trade right back. They did manage to pop anyone's tire. So this is where it will be a little bit dicey of a situation, but that buggy could still be in use. But now stuck in between these squads. Goat Esports, no matter what, they need to decide what's the fight's going to be like. They did match the weekend Elevate Esports. They wanted to push through. It might look to be good because YG, they take a tougher position for them to even, for Goat to even cut through. Now, take a look at the north. RSG, good placement over on the outskirts of St. Martin. But we have a clump on northeastern side as this battle erupts.
Oh, Federales on the left side spots out the members of Elevate. Try to come into the circle. He sees Nathan spraying on the Nathan. Nathan has a full cover vehicle to protect him, but his vehicle is now smoking up though. So he's driving a ticking time bomb at this moment. Arame Bros, they're still on the clear. All of their players, each one so far got their own elimination, and they're looking for more. They're going in onto Elevate.
And Elevate Esports, they are hanging right by, and they don't really have the space. Nathan comes in from flank.
No.
Beautiful work. Nathan just turns it all around. But Coca-Cola receiving a little bit more of that damage. Big Nates flying in from Federales. This is the top fraggers of Harami Bros that they're dealing with, despite one out. I think that they could still maybe put a dent towards their hopes of Harame Bros, and this could be the major turn of events. YG, they'll be happy if Harame Bros is not winning this game. And Elevate is on fire right now. 6 elimination points, pushing right through. They will have a lot of smokes covering the grounds, but Jappy, these nades are not landing just yet. Elevate Esports, they try to eventually close the distance, but the nades are being troublesome, and it does land.
Wow, that nade double bounce and it still landed. That's definitely something there. So, knock back down onto Nathan. Harame Bros, they still have the time though. They can still go in for the rush. And Harame Bros, they're indeed doing that. Jappy secures another elimination point, taking out Nathan. 2 more from Elevate is still active. Scotty is trying to get away. He's on his vehicle now. Followed out by Jappy. Scotty being sprayed down, but Jappy being shot at from the left side. So Jappy has to pull back.
Jappy, a lot of pressure on his end. While Elevate has also looked for an alternate way out, but they walk into a trap being set by STE right in the middle of power grid. And we start to understand why a lot of these teams are playing on the outskirts are not willing to actually take more of that space, because that space have already been claimed by STE on the direct center. They take charge, and they once again yoinked all these points away. Scotty's the next one that's been stashed off. Coca-Cola to follow suit. Elevate Esports, they're a goner right there. But what a valiant effort. That was still a good fight that they had.
Yeah, against Harame Bros, who have collected 5 elimination points, the highest amongst all the other teams so far. And now that they're moving into the circle, their next target is going to be Stranger Esports, who has quite a spread within the circle. Speaking of the circle, we'll know the next stage in about 10 more seconds. And that is where Harame Bros will need to plan, since they're by the edge of the circle. There's still a lot of open space on the southern side that they can take and chill. And while waiting for the next circle. Oh, circle happened to pull down south anyway. So Harame Bros, they still have it.
Yeah, they don't really have to move too far off. They can still hold on to these high grounds. Meanwhile, as much as it looks like there's a lot of space directly in the center, it's actually flat ground terrains. Maybe there are creases where they could actually work with, but the major opposers towards Harame Bros still has to be STE. Eventually, they will have to move off, but we focus our eyes onto the other corner map. PBE hustles through. St. Esports now trying to pull off a decent defense. All these tight corners, you can just see from some of the POVs of these players. Other than wrapping around these edges, anywhere in the middle, flat grounds, unplayable. If they want to, they could claim maybe some of all these dilapidated compounds, some tiny little shacks. But to drive by right now is a death sentence. YG now finds one.
Yep, and Playbook Esports from the outer side, they have the chance against Sin. Cool taking a bit of damage. While we switch over to the northern side, GG! We're going up against YG. And Jungle Gadigos, they're winning this fight so far. St. Cloud tries to land the final blow onto GG. And that is GG, well played to Good Game Esports.
No response whatsoever. GG did not manage to pull any points against Yangon that would look so clean. They were holding through the hills, and it was just a tough call, right, for the side of GG. Meanwhile, we continue on. Perfect spray down with that UMP, and this is why we start to see it coming back into the meta with great control of that recoil. Ranzer just snagged those 2 points up, and it was the last man standing. Phenomenal work rate, still carrying the teams on his shoulder. Well, there's only 9 more squads available. Stage 5 here looks to be a very tough one to navigate. Now, look at the grounds that Ranzer has to cover. He's not in the zone. He needs to cut the street. And there's also FV right over onto these edges. We are now seeing the battle between the 11th placer as well as 16. As these exchanges will have a knock going in the favor of Master Rix right now, taking on Bunny.
And Risk Guys is the one below them. But Master Wave is going to be the final member for Risk Guys. Flash Vision Esports, if only they have the information that's only that one guy, they could probably take that risk to just try to run over him. But no, not yet. They're by the edge of the circle. They're still resetting. They took a couple of shots from Master Vape, and Master Vape, the sole member of Risk Guys, holding the entire Flash Vision Esports squad out.
Yeah, he is just doing whatever he can to show his presence, and there's honestly nothing much more to lose for him and much more to gain. So Master Rakes quickly goes in for that reset while the rest of Flash Vision Esports, they play this well enough that they still have 4 members intact. These Lone Rangers can be cleared out by them at any given point. Over onto the right-hand side of the map, there's so many solo targets. You have Rankit, you have Flash, you have Master Vape, and Ranzer. Meanwhile, the healthy ones are over on the eastern corner. You got YG, STE, as well as the Harami Bros, who are still having at least 3 and up.
And look who got the circle among our big teams. It's going to be Harame Bros and also Flash for Genesis Esports. But again, Flash is the only player left, so he will play in the middle. He'll stay as quiet as possible. But looking at the indicator, it looks like Vanderella is shooting on the Flash. But now we're going to see what's going to happen to Master Vape. Master Vape will get the first knock now at the first member of Flash Vision Esports. The other members will come by, and it will finish on Master Vape. And it will be Oreki who landed the final blow. Master Riggs will come back up.
Yeah, this is a good bounce back performance coming out of FV members. As I say that, the snakes are flying right in, and that bull is not going to be the same spot to be. The moment that he tries to get out there, will be caught out by PBE. Perfect precision. And here comes Has, trying to flush them all away. Is there going to be any opportunity that they will go in for a revive? There will be a little bit of recovery. Other than that, it seems like FV have been able to at least pressure off PBE from going for that full collapse. So good work. While Monboy's on fire, which is why he decides not to take on that attack. So they will journey on. They will take space in the circle. They found themselves a little bit of a creature to hold out. So they will keep an eye onto these members of Flash Vision from this standpoint.
Oh, and look at Monboy's vehicle. Probably only takes a couple of bullets for it to be blown up, so he has to be extra careful in using that buggy. As for Renzer, the final player for Fearless Esports, now on foot, trying to get into the circle. Right in front of him next is going to be Flash Vision Esports. But speaking about them, SayCloud just knocked down Haas.
Great knock. And now Ranzer still doing so much as an individual with another big nade. It's ridiculous that he is causing so much damage, and MV could have just really focused him down. Here comes the last stand though. He's going up against Cute Loki, another individual player on the other side, but of course, more YG members on the other end. Loki has been able to spy him out, but Ranzer actually gets taken out by the play zone instead. Point being denied. YG 7 points. The highest on the board right now. And they are just the kings of the north, trying to take this one up upon the rest of STE that has moved off of Power Grid. And they have managed to spot out the rest of FV. That will be the days numbered for Master Rakes. Still has Dreki alive though, so more to play for. There could still be a little bit of a chance for STE to also get so many more points. But this has been the battle of the ages out in the open field. Gets low now, up close and personal. Or should I say 762 as they go in for the DBS trade outs. Smokes now being applied. Nate's now sent in. And he's dealing with this all alone. Where is the rest of STE? They need to respond.
Well, Loki found one though. He got a knock. Flash! Stole away the point. Taking out 762 instead. So the work done by Loki. It did not bring back dividends for him. Romeo Boy sees the other members of Stranger Esports. And looks like they went up to the high ground. And right now, it's the challenge for Young Gaticos to get into the circle. Nevertheless, for STE, they're still on the outside of the circle though, so might as well focus on to getting in. As for the inside of the circle, we got Harame Bros. One of them running on the Flash, and Flash will take out Chappie in an instant.
Chappie coming in so close, and now Flash still holding strong. And this is what we love about GE. Despite the form of deficits that they have, every member, they will always fight as if their life depends on it. And right now, with only 2 games available, GE does not want to slide any further off. We've seen teams like PV, Yangon, and Harari Bros overtake them. Initially, when we started off the day, we thought GE would be the one to be the biggest contender. Today has not been the easiest of games to be played out. And that will be the last of Harame Bros. They settled for 5 points, and of course, some extras coming from placements.
Well, that's an opening for Younger Radicals at Playbook Esports now to overtake Harame Bros at the top as Oreki, the final member of Flash Vision Esports, eliminated. Number 6, 3 elimination points for them. Now move over to Dale. Dale got knocked down a moment with Pandora. NC2 gets knocked as well by Flash. And Flash is still fighting his life out for Genesis Esports. Lucy came by to save his teammate, and NC2 will be back up.
Perfect recovery response. STE fought tooth and nail, and so far today has been the most consistent run coming from STE as well as Yanga Galacticos. And as a matter of fact, all 3 teams on board. We still have PBE. This is going to be that game to look to overtake Harame Bros. Big they still connect onto Mob Boy. What's going to be the call of the case? They are still looking for that revive as the Nox goes through. This tree Wayfarer sees casualties on each respective side of the team.
Woo!
Big Days now being sent towards the side of NC2. Lucy barely getting to tell the till. Another one lop in a little far wide. That is up against the rest of Playbook Esports. But there is decent amount of space. A lot of flat ground. SayCloud, his men marking onto gets a tiny glimpse. Not gonna be able to actually get that hit shot though. But YG, they are taking the direct center. This is not looking good for PB and how the circle have shifted over.
Ooh, and the circle definitely is favoring Younger Radicals. They already have 10 elimination points at this moment. And the pressure is now on for Playbook Esports, the only team on the outside of it. STE rival Younger Radicals right now. They'll be distracted with each other, probably allowing Playbook Esports come in later.
They could potentially do so. If these 2 teams are just kept busy, then it could be the case. This is going to be the go sign. That Nate will now have the rest of STE following suit. This is not looking good for the rise of Yaga Galacticos. Despite them having those 4 members, it could all now even up the score lines. Tree versus tree versus tree. WTZ have had that impact, but who's going to go in for the rescue? SayCloud. He's not going to take charge just yet. The nades are also being popped very close by. And now PBE, they will corral up over on the back. You might just actually see STE sandwiched in between. Or should I say Yangon Galacticos is the one to be the ones on the receiving end.
Younger Radicals now starting to fight back. Playbook Esports trying to move into the circle. They are by the edge of it. And we will enter stage 9 in about 10 more seconds. STE now coming out the Younger Radicals. We gotta get Slow here at the forefront. Get Slow tries to get a good visual of where the other members of Younger Radicals is at. He hears the footsteps. He turns around. He gets ready with his trusty M4. He fires onto them. Get Slow. Will not be able to get anyone. Instead, Romeo Boy is the one to get Slow. NC2 is now going to be the final member. NC2 pretty low. He got her knocked down. He fights back on the Younger Radicals. Not going to go down without a fight. He does not have the first ace to heal up himself. So now it's him and S12K, but he still went down.
He still did plenty of damage. Each side having only 1 remaining member, but the revives will go through for Cute Loki. He has that space. He has all the time in the world. If he gets all these pickup right now, this is going to be a YG game. But Lucy says otherwise. He's not going to get the revives out in time. Pressure on, but there is at least 1 member back up. Lucy now takes the high ground and eventually gets crushed. It is Cute Loki that still saves the day with his P90 in hand.
Oh, they have to revive quickly.
Challenge.
Quickly revive! Because Mombo is here on the high ground. They're still down. Only 1 player left. Playbook Esports, 3 active players. They want to wipe out the other members of Younger Radicals to give them a chance to overtake them in the overall stage. SayCloud gets finished off by Raimon. And now they saw the final member of Younger Radicals, Cute Loki, eliminated by Playbook Esports.
What a stellar play. And now you look at Playbook Esports banking on another chicken dinner of their own. This has been in the works, and now, you know, we talked so much about Harame Bros. This chicken dinner might actually see Playbook Esports snatching that #1 spot. But what a bloodbath of a fight. We had YG and also some of all these players over onto the other corner map. It was just massive fights that see YG overwhelmed because he needed time to go in for those revives. And we saw Lucy desperate to actually seal the deal to secure a top 2 finish, but it was too little too late, and there's just so much more room. And what you pointed out, Playbook Esports can wait for these two teams to fight and then settle it later on, and that's what they did. It was a clean finish.
Yeah, so towards the end, yes, they played with 3 players, but they didn't lose those points to any of those finale teams. So it was clean enough for Playbook Esports. You can't complain about that. And with the fact that they scored this chicken dinner, the difference of eliminations wasn't too big. Maybe like, say, 1 or 2. It will still put Playbook Esports the top of the charts when it comes to the points collected. A chance for them to maybe overtake Younger Galacticos, but I don't think it's enough yet. Nevertheless, there's still 1 more round to go. But before we talk about the numbers later on, we'll be checking out some of the best moments here from the second last match for today.
Yep, and of course, there's just so much going on throughout the early stages of the field where teams were battling for those positions over on the top end of the hill, where YG, they were just having the perfect setup, as they usually do, over on the exit of St. Martin. And right after that, PBE, they have been able to farm out a lot of all these teams that were tucked over onto the southern terrains. And Harame Bros, despite their sheer efforts, they went in for that full collapse that didn't really see clean victors on both GE as well as Harame Bros side. And after that, it was SCE that have also shown up to play, getting another top 3 finish. This was commendable effort from all of them.
Yeah, and the race is really tight up there, right? Because 1 more game could still determine who will be the weekly winners. The points are close enough. I'm definitely sure about that. Well, we'll of course look at the official scores in a little bit more, but this finale fight here, this was messy. If only Younger Galacticos had that bit of a space for them to reset themselves, then maybe they could have given a 50-50 fight. But if I were to look back at these highlights, Playbook Esports, they still had the high ground advantage against Younger Galacticos, so it would have been like maybe a 60-40 instead.
Yeah, it could have been really tough. YG was not given enough time and room to play. And I guess, like, once that happens, PBE might be the ones to be forced into those flat ground terrains. But despite all of that, YG had Cute Loki to be the player of the match. And it was really important for him to survive because he was the last member standing at that point of time. And still, even despite with 3 eliminations, look at the damage he's done. That also tells you that he could have possibly get 5 or even more.
Yeah, so Cute Loki, not the first time that he got an MVP. Multiple MVPs here for Yangon Galacticos. Who knows? He could be in the running to be the weekly MVP. Because we don't see as many Red Bulls coming out as MVP as compared to like week 1 and week 2, which gave him the obvious spot of the Terminator of the week, right? So we could potentially see a new name coming up by the end of this week. Nevertheless, great for Cute Loki, and also great work to Playbook Esports. This is their second chicken dinner today.
Yep, and of course, with all these big names all claiming their spots in the top of the podium, I think this will still be a very, very tight race. Now our attention span is being drawn back to the top of the leaderboards, and look at that, absolutely massive. One of the highest damage output that we have seen out of the course of the evening, with 2,303 to be put by all of the members that has shown tremendous effort in these rounds. So with that, Sir Cloud, there's only 1 match to go. I'm excited for it.
Oh yeah, because that 1 match could still determine a lot, right? Especially when it comes to the weekly champion, and also the points collected to be the starting points in grand finals. Also, maybe even who might survive the bottom 4. Something for us to look forward to. But before we get onto those points, we need to check out some of these stats here. So throwables used, yeah, I would say 291, even though on a Miramar match is slightly on the higher side. Doesn't touch 300, but we have seen a 400 plus here today. So nothing impresses me anymore if I don't see any another 400.
If you tell me that 400 nades or throwables were in Miramar, I would believe you, but that happened in Erangel. So that's the craziest part of that game in particular. But this one is decent because we have a lot of long trades, which is why we see higher amount of total knockouts and revives to go through. So And as a matter of fact, 25 revives. That is a big number in this match. I think that is probably the standout of what we have gone through, where teams were allowed a little bit of that wiggle room to go in for multiple resets. So decent enough from what we are actually getting coming into what is being offered at the moment. So with that said, I think that there's just going to be a whole lot for us to talk about when we get ourselves into the final match. 20 points for PPE. YG falls very closely though. 19 points, trailing right behind him. 13 for STE. Today has been such a good one for Strangers Esports, while GE maintains himself with 6, as that is also followed up by Rambros and Elevate Esports.
And Flash had to carry GE to these 6 points. Yeah, four placement points, 2 eliminations brought by Flash. So he did a lot of work this round to gain those 6 points for Genesis Esports. As for, let's see here, the other top teams. Okay, Harame Bros, a 6 points. So that will not change too much in the top as well for them. Just because the fact that Playbook Esports and Yakuza Eticals, they gained a lot of points this round. But on the other end, GG, Title Quick Esports and Drake Esports unfortunately goes out without any points in this round. So it won't change too much for them, except for maybe pushing them down a little bit. But now here are the overall standings. One more game to go. If GE were to be number 1, they have to come up super big with a chicken dinner, and also hope for PBE, Yakuza Eticals, and Harame Bros to not gain any more points. So I would say that chance is pretty slim. I would leave the closest one to be the top 3 to interchange each other.
Yeah, and so far, PBE with their double chicken dinner, they find themselves here over the top spot. And, you know, they had a little bit of a hiccups with those point deductions, but it didn't really matter. If you could just play well, all these form of aggression that they've shown up will definitely benefit them. And now, of course, on the cusp is TTQ. They got eliminated very early on. That gives another lifeline chance for GG to overtake. Only 2 points of difference. Meanwhile, I think that whoever's currently from 5th all the way to 12th, they are looking relatively secure.
Yeah, so most of them, they're pretty much like, okay, either we have nothing much to play for or very little to play for, or nothing at all to play for in the final round. And for some of them, especially up there, there's still that number 1 spot to catch, not only because that they can get the higher starting points in the grand finals, but also let's not forget there's a little bit of an extra moolah for the top performing team of the week. So I'm sure they wouldn't mind the extra cash there, right? That's going to be one. But because majority of the teams are at the stage where we have nothing to little to play for, I would expect the final round to be as action-packed as the one before.
Yeah, that's what I really want to point out as well, because sometimes when there's no stakes involved, they just have that full confidence. I kind of wish every team plays that way, where you don't think too much and then just basically rampage through your way. I feel like the team that does so is Harame Bros. Like, just be confident with your firepower, because you got Federales, you got all these big guys out there, and most often than not, when you are taking these proactive moves, you can be rewarded. So with that, before we get ourselves into the final game, you can check out all the latest update by downloading an update to the version 3.4 to take part in the Crimson Battle, where you can give it a go to challenge Count Dracula himself.
Oh yeah, this is your chance to update your game. But when you want to update your game, or before you update your game, my advice is that connect to a Wi-Fi spot, because this is a huge update here. Not only just to update the base game, but to also update the resources inside the game. So this is huge. In case you have not done that for whatever reason, you have not logged into PUBG Mobile for a while, be prepared for the major update. And when you update, you will also not only get access to that new event, but you will also get access to the new RPA9 that's available for a limited amount of time until the 14th of November only. And this is going to be the last time we're going to remind you and all these, because getting this is also about getting a rebate together with it. A rebate that is worth up to 720 UC. So you don't want to miss out on that because you're going to get your UCs back work when you purchase the new RPA9. Might as well reward yourself while you play the game. You play the game anyway, so play it, gain some rewards, earn these skins, and I know that a lot of you are collectors out there. You might not know it might not come back in the future. So this is your chance to get it, put it in your collection, and flex it to your friends in the future when it's no longer available.
That's right. I really do like that Spirit Signature set a whole lot, and likewise, echoing your sentiment, this is definitely a value add if you guys don't really have that many skins. And of course, once we wrap up about that, we go straight into our predictions. Now we're talking about the big boys on the block. I've been seeing STE's performance, and I'm glad that I voted for them throughout the course of today's battles. And now you're going back towards GE side. Do you believe that they will be able to pull off that massive round to claim that #1 spot?
I mean, if they do, it'll be something in the history books. Yeah, but it's not only about them pulling off a big one, right? They also have to hope for like the teams up there to not pull a big one as well. So there are a lot of factors here involved for them to be like the #1 team. But it's not only me, to be fair. It's also Sammy, it's also Krim, who's thinking the same as well. But for our other colleagues, Vince is going for Harame. Cool. I mean, looking at their play style, they do stand a big chance of getting the chicken dinner. They're definitely fearless today. Playbook Esports also stands a good chance. I mean, they already scored 2 chicken dinners today. So Bling and Stalker, they'll be happy to put in this prediction.
Yeah, and I would definitely think that every prediction here definitely has a certain weight into what the reasons are when it comes down to performances alone. You know, last couple of games were just banking on hopes for the teams to be able to gain more of those bonus points, and now, of course, I think the stakes are high. STE, they've been up and running with the amount of form that they do have for the evening. Consistent top 3 finishes, by the way. So I do think that they have definitely found that form to eventually close off the chicken dinner, which is why me and Aya probably have thought about this, where they could possibly get the game. Anyways, of course, that's our type of prediction. You guys can also put in your prediction for who you think will take the final chicken dinner of the league. And on top of that, also make sure you vote for the MVP rising star of the tournament on who you think has been the best performing player throughout all 3 weeks, and then we will get our way to the finals.
Yes, it's the last chance to vote for the league stage. You'll probably have a different vote during the finals later on, but of course that's a topic for next week. In case you guys are asking, it's going to be next week, Friday onwards. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, as usual. Timing is probably going to be about the same. Now for today itself, final round. So far the entire day we have been seeing Genesis Esports up there as the #1 team, but they have not scored the chicken dinner. So I don't know, is it not enough votes? Maybe they need more votes. Maybe they need the percentage to go above 50%, 60%. Put it in, ladies and gentlemen. It is your tournament to be part of it. This is for the community. Make your voice be heard by putting your vote through this QR code.
That's right. And with that said, you know, we're about getting ourselves ready for our final game. And, you know, usually Game 6 shenanigans can happen because, like, it's been a really long journey for some of these teams. Now, some teams have nothing to gain anymore, and certain teams have a whole lot to lose. If, say, for instance, PBE, YG, Harame Bros drop the ball, and then GE gets that chance. Gold Esports, realistically, the last I checked, they were number 6, but there was a big gap because the current top 5 is basically having a 200-pointer cutoff point. That is going to be hard to chase up against because GOAT is currently with 157. But hey, GOAT, this has been improvement throughout the course of the other 2 weeks. I'm liking what I'm seeing. And later on, once everything concludes, we got to talk a little bit more about the league rankings as well, because the ones at risk is literally Risk Guys Esports, RSG. So I don't know, but they might make it out. They might not. It really depends on how the final game here plays out.
Yeah, there's so many numbers to like talk about, right? That sometimes I get a headache just trying to manually calculate it in my head because there's other factors as well involving not only them but also other teams because they're just by the edge. Unless they're like, oh, in the position of like GE or Harame Bros, there's like, okay, cool, they probably made the cut, but because they're not, then it's like, it's probably going to be really, really tight there. But we'll let our officials do that. That's what they're paid for anyway. And we're paid to just wait and narrate the story because the story will unfold itself in the final match. Miramar, here we go.
This is our final flight for the evening. I hope you guys have gotten a great weekend to yourselves as we thank you guys for joining us every single time we go live. And make sure you guys also hit that sub button, hit that like button wherever you guys are watching from. Make sure to follow PUBG Mobile Esports on respective pages so that you can keep up to date and be ready for what's going to be happening in the finals. So, of course, last chance for the teams to be able to make it to the grand finals, where we're having this northern flight headed all the way to Valdemar. I think this flight is much more forgiving as compared to what we saw from that last game. It does allow more access into the central areas of play, so we probably won't see too many collapse. The last hot drop that we had was in Valdemar with RTC as well as GOAT Esports. Will it happen again? Because that is where the flight path ends.
Aye, the final flight path. Also, the final circle will be really important. Now, the previous circle was kind of nice. It ended around the area of St. Martin. So I would like to see a tough circle for the final round. Might as well, I make it tough. But we also want to see where are our clash points here. I'm looking at in the middle of the map. There's a lot of teams. Okay, on our screen now, we can see that there are multiple teams dropping here. Okay, Flash Vision Esports and RTC. So happen we are having two teams from the same region in the same area. And we also have another team on the other end, and it's the heavy hitters Harame Bros in Picado.
Wow, this is a party starter here from Picado. Flash Vision, RTC, these are the teams that says, you know what? We might not actually make it to the finals, so let's have a good time. But Harame Bros, they're the ones who mean serious business. They want to retain that number one spot. If they take down both the Singaporean organizations, then I think that Harame Bros could still see themselves a lifeline to catch up against PBE.
Yeah, so this will be interesting, right? So Harame Bros, obviously, the stats don't lie. They have a higher firepower than both RTC and also Flash Vision Esports. If they were the ones to eliminate these two teams, then Yaku Galacticos will be sweating looking at the elimination feed.
But that also requires a flawless run coming in from Harame Bros. It's not going to be easy to do, especially when you're playing in these tight spaces of Picado. And a decent spot as well as opening through the middle of the city, as the two Singaporean squads are around the stadium, around the apartments. And as a matter of fact, if these two decide to take a fight around that region, Harame Bros might lose maybe a couple of points out there. It means that will only mean that they have to work much harder. But HB, they decided, you know what? Let's not put ourselves at risk. We got more to play for. Let these guys have it a go. And it definitely has been a beautiful day of action. And sadly enough, you know, we did not get to see a couple of teams to make it to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, it is a competition at the end of the day, right? So, one of them, it could be Good Game Esports. But let's see what they can come up with here. So, they came up with a knock onto maybe. And they should be able to secure this elimination point pretty straightforward. So, there's going to be a 2-point starter here for Good Game Esports. Pan elimination, we haven't seen that for a while. Okay, nice to see that back. It's very classical. And Gisu will be able to loot out of him. But I'm still thinking of their chances, right? For GG, they need to score really, really big in order for them to have a chance. So I don't know what about it. How possible are the chances to be the grand finals?
Yeah, I really do wonder myself on what could be the potential for this current squad. Well, of course, throughout these standings, it seems like at the very least, these guys have really shown us that they are very capable teams, and even if they don't make the cut, next season might be something that we'll look forward to while the fights erupt between Elevate Esports. They take on Fearless. Only one Lone Ranger out there, as there's still more within the compounds holding it right through Elevate Esports now. Tries to lock some of all these grenades. It's going to be Fearless that will connect it with Astro X, depleting 2 at the very same time. Now it's entirely doable. Elevate Esports, they can only hold back. Scotty has got no business in this matchup. Though they did manage to take down Pop. It is barely enough. Might just be an early night as Astro puts them to sleep.
So Elevate Esports becomes the first team to be eliminated. They go out with 1 point. Now, that could still give the opportunity to teams like STE, FRL, STE, I would say, to be able to overtake them. FRL, maybe, but they're playing with 3 players. Okay, but we'll look at the scores later on, because now, as what we kind of talked about before the round started, we're going to see action back-to-back. Next, we're going to see Young Radicals against Time to Quick Esports. And Young Radicals, they wouldn't mind the points.
Yeah, they're going to be really happy if they could catch a couple members of TTQ. But TTQ are also the ones that need points to go up against GG. Got to be very cautious on their approach as they're over onto the top end of Craters. I wonder where the rest of YG is currently at, because I only see Cute Loki holding on to this SLR. More members arrive to the scene as Zuki so far has been bringing big impact and bringing a monster truck up to the spine of the hill. Absolutely crazy stuff that we're watching. Like, imagine in reality somebody brings a monster truck to climb, I don't know, Mount Everest or something like that. It's just going to be a spectacle to even think about it.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, PUBG Mobile physics. Yep. Just gotta believe in it. Just gotta believe in it. But to be fair, have you ever driven a monster truck before?
I wish I could. I mean, I've never seen one on the road here in Malaysia. Have you even seen one?
Not to the best of my memory. Maybe I have, but not to the best of my memory. So we can't really be sure if the monster truck is able to climb up hills like that. So just saying, right? Just saying. We'll probably do a research on that later on. But now we're gonna get the 2 Singaporean teams. Not putting any research, they're putting in the work instead, trying to take out each other.
Yep, this is a battle for Singapore Pride, and as it's currently happening, if you guys are fans of F1, that's happening this very day of the race, while these 2 teams are racing up against each other. That's what I am trying to point out. Actually, Master Toki, interesting position. He could be able to catch 1 or 2, but this nade's looking pretty good. Dropped perfectly on top of Haas. Well, it's going to be a run through the casinos. It's going to be Master Toki whiffing a couple of shots and needing to go in for a quick reload. Now it gets another chance to turf him down. A quick swing, but the rest of RTC members are here to take him on. Master Toki right now will be crushed, and RTC says we are the better out of the 2.
I was thinking the exact same line as you mentioned it. So you read my mind there.
Wow.
But of course, objectively, right? I mean, putting aside this fight, well, this fight just seals the deal. But objectively, RTC has done better than Flash Vision Esports. So maybe it's something for Flash Vision Esports to go back to the drawing board, and hopefully we'll be able to see them again next season. Thank you so much again for playing this season. And if there's any opportunity to see them again, I hope for more Singaporean teams to be able to make it into the grand finals next.
Yeah, I really do, of course, wish them the very best, because I was banking on hopes that RTC, week 1, they did a massive duty, maintained themselves well enough, and eventually I think that the rest of the pack have been improving every step of the way. We can't really put any faults into any players. RTC definitely have tried their hardest. But these are the nature of the circumstances. Only the cream of the crop will be selected for the grand finals. While, of course, Many of them are still alive in this matchup. Sydney Esports now on the open fields, driving past some of all these tough terrains. Ranked now spots him out. It's gonna be hard to actually get those alignments right, but they still manage to pick off that member of PBE. Ryman's out and about, caught off. So YG is going to be happy that they don't have that same level of firepower, but Momboy's still around.
And so Sin got one. Playbook Esports lost one. Not the result that they want, because they are only 2 points ahead of Yangon Galacticos. They could be overtaken by either Yangon Galacticos or even Harame Bros. So this is not the start that they would have liked. Let's see if they can recover from that. I mean, they do have the firepower, and they did score the chicken dinner with 3 players towards the end. So anything can happen with the trio from Playbook Esports.
Very much so. Playbook Esports cuts only a single loss. It does not by any means weaken their chances for another win, because some of the areas of play this time around, since that is still kind of center here in stage 2, could still provide them a lot of opportunities. And it's also spaces that they were very familiar with playing out from what the last game were. But TTQ, this is a squad still very hopeful. They need 4 more points to break, or 5 points or so to tie evenly with KE. By then, that is going to be the chicken dinner difference that will set them apart from position. But of course, they just got to take things slowly, one step at a time. No point to rush for stuff, unless if you want to be rebels like RTC to go in for hot drops. They have all the chance to mess up the game plan for all the other teams. But now that I calculate, they won out the trade against FV. If they win another 2 battles, they might overtake GG and TTQ.
Oh, interesting thought there. Maybe they might be the one to come up with a Cinderella story. Okay. But they have to do a lot more, though, than just the 4 eliminations, as their other closest competitors are still in the game. A lot of them still with a full team. Now, we just saw a GG picked up another elimination point from afar. Good one, though. And they're rushing in to try to find the other opponents around the corner. A lot of teams here, in fact. And Dread Esports, they just lost Barney and Sin. He lost Redgate to Harame Bros. Okay, Harame Bros starting to pick up points as well.
Yeah, Sin Esports in a tough ordeal. Mix being sent outside of the blue. He's also skidding! And that will be the end for Sin Esports, unfortunately. But they played well enough to secure themselves at least a top 6 within these groups is absolutely commendable. They were getting themselves that chicken dinner a couple of rounds back. And of course, it has been some big hauls of points. We will see Sin Esports in the grand finals. That is potentially the best of news, but Red Esports now can actually seize the opportunity for an overtake. All they need is placement points to get up ahead to reclaim that number 6 spot. But there's not going to be more to it. I don't think they will get those big rounds, considering there's 2 members to even catch up to Go Esports. GG. What more can they do? They're really fighting hard here. And they're just a couple points shy to eventually catch TTQ to be slipping up.
Yeah, they're trying hard to find those elimination points, right? We can see them going from area to area. They saw Risk Guys, but the moment they tried to crash into this compound, the players of Risk Guys, they evacuated it, and GG lost their opportunity to take out the Risk Guys. So now they're in this compound. Looks like they will take their time to just loot and also just to scout out the area if the coast is clear for them to move on to the next area instead. Now, Playbook Esports, they're back in action. And Demios went out to Monboy. Looks like there's another, the first point collected by Playbook Esports. Harame Bros moving into the circle. They're taking the area just across GG. But Jappy, he seems to be caught out alone though. Now, the rescue cavalry will need to come across to save him.
Yeah, it is so interesting that the circle actually shifted further into the corners of creative fields, and Ramen Bros says that, hey, we're going to be taking this spot inside of La Cop, and finds an opportunity to deny any more coming from GG. So RTC's got plenty to be happy of. Tight racer that we've been talking about. And I think we're starting to slowly get answers. So unless if there's going to be GG members to overwhelm, now things just got a lot more interesting because we're talking about the teams in La Cabrera. They have to shift. PBE and Harai Bros, the top 2 teams are up there. Genesis Esports is not too far off as well. Close by is FRL. And STE gets to hold on to that high ground for now. We actually could conclude the top 2 in a couple more moments.
And guess where's Younger Gaticos? All the way down south, in the circle, clear from the other teams. Man, this is great for Younger Gaticos. But let's see if Federales is able to secure this point, and he will for Harame Bros. 5 elimination points now for Harame Bros. They definitely want to chase that number 1. But like what you said, this circle is going to be tough for them. Their next target they need to eliminate are the other members of GG.
Yeah, they got to be on the move. I don't think that they really want to take too long to go up against GG, because that will be wasteful of their time to get into a safe area play. Is this a stuck vehicle? This is the worst time.
Oh no. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh,
There's
alright.
rigged. Okay. Thanks, buddy. Now, coast is clear. And that's always the problem, driving Mirados as well as the SEA is over the course of field, or what you call this, a coupe RV. You know, like I've not driven for a long time. I've been just camping at home. But here comes the votes. 30% says Genesis Esports will be out there getting a chicken dinner. Hey, they might not be wrong. They still have all 4 members alive. Harami Bros with 18%er, and also Yangon Galacticos have massive support. Keep it coming, as this will be the very final game. TQ now has Zuki securing that takedown. GE loses 1.
Oh man, gee, they lost Smile. So that just came after the voting results came out. So I don't know whether it's the caster's curse or is it the voting curse right now. But for TTQ, no curse onto them. They are now going to clash in with STE just right in front. So STE, they have the high ground advantage. Now this terrain is going to be rough for them to even look at each other.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a tight space that NC2 is trying to hold on to. 2 members to deal with, but they did manage to do a little bit of damage. But Liquid will have to leave that vehicle. NC2, you've seen him work before. He could always do these kind of solo shenanigans and really stir up the pot right now. Liquid somehow hides really well, but the angles are not right for them to actually take up this fight. Zuki comes in with that big flank, and suddenly the tides have been turned. He spots the entire squad, but now taken down.
Nice counter fire though. And now get slow. Will not get slow, he will get fast. He'll come down to the lower guard to transport the other members of TTQ. NC2 gets 1. And it's going to be Liquid that fell to NC2. Now Gus and KH, both of them in this building. ST, they have the information. They have a full squad. Let's go all in.
They will definitely do so. Meanwhile, Gus and KH, they have to compound, but can they hold on though? Because the ferocious side of STE is taking claim of every area of the zone. Big Nates now flies to the edge of where Gus was at. Lucky to stay afloat. KH, he tries to be sneaky here. Looking up to Lucy. Perhaps this is going to be a last stand. TTQ with the last score through the night. There's just some damage, but that's all it takes. Time to quit Esports. This will be the end of the run. And they did manage to take a couple of all these good fights. Is it barely enough to make the cut to the grand finals? We'll calculate later. But PBE, they're diving directly in the zone. Meanwhile, Harai Bros got ambushed.
And Genesis Esports eliminated by Harame Bros. 0 points for them this round. And nothing much they can do about it anymore. They will not be able to challenge at all for the weekly championship. And Harame Bros, they are on a roll. 9 elimination points now for Harame Bros. And they can look for more. They still have that opportunity. In fact, Rick just got a knock on to 21.
This could be that climb Harame Bro needs to lock themselves at #1 spot, regain that tempo, go up against PBE later on, And it's just crazy that they have managed to do all of this over north side. Vehicles blowing up, Ferral is going down as well. STE is gonna hold them down.
Oh, STE with a high ground advantage now. Harame Bros. What the players currently knocked. Rick is in trouble. Rick knocked out by Lucy. One more to go for Harame Bros. That's going to be Chappie. He's trying to navigate around towards the left side. Rick will be finished off by Unknown from Goat. There was a point stolen away. Now Chappie's all alone at the lower ground. Chappie will be finished off by Yakka from Goat as well. Harame Bros is out. Number 8. 1 place on point. 9 elimination points. That's 10 points for them.
Still massive for the team, as if they've managed to got themselves a chicken dinner at the very least. STE still in a dangerous spot. Goat Esports' turn to take these nades to them. Whereas PvE, they've been relatively taking this one step at a time, and they understand that so long as they hold out, so long as they play for a top 4 finish, they should be locked in to that number 1 spot. If they check the feed, they should have actually noticed that Harame Bros are already out of the game. So I think the onus is on PBE not to drop the ball, while Goat is taking a long time to actually close out this game up against some of all the members of STE. Now, both sides, they are going to leave this spot on the hill and will be susceptible to a lot of spray down coming from the rest of the squad, which is why they are taking a very late approach and now going for the dive in. Oh, there's a lot of trees blocking NC2. Thankfully, there's no shots fired over on his corner, but he just managed to swerve past. Still taking the valley, not committing into any form of the compounds left within sight. Look at Bunny though. He's hiding on the edge. Somehow RG stays afloat.
Yeah, he's praying for other teams to help him out. You can see shots fired from other angles. As for Younger Radicals, Loki is knocked and he's alone. Okay, his other teammates will need to come picking up. But the busiest area is going to be on the right side of the circle. Look at the amount of teams there. There's at least like 5 teams, including Playbook Esports. While Younger Radicals on the southern side, they still have a clear entry, except for the fact that Loki is currently down. So now they'll be praying for Playbook Esports to be potentially eliminated on the right side for them to have a chance to overtake Playbook Esports. If not, if Playbook Esports gain elimination points from the right, then it's going to be harder for Younger Radicals.
Yeah, there's a lot of work to do for Playbook Esports. Just look at the flock of crowd. There's RTC still upon those checks as well. STE saw a bunch of smokes. They are definitely looking for that opportunity that one member of inside of RSG will be knocked down. Whereas NC2 on the hunt, going up against the Singaporeans as they try to storm their way across the warehouse. They can hold out for now, but I think that the area will be absolutely denied for the side of RSG.
Whoa!
Big Nate? Wow, how did he connect that?
Oh, there was past like a building there for him to connect that. Beautifully done by Lucy. He gets another one from one boy. Looks like Playbook Esports. They're in trouble right now. Only one player left. And STE, they got 2 of them secured. One more to go. Where's that one player? Okay, he's in this building. Lucy navigating around the smoke. Just right in front of him. He does have the shotgun. Fires into the smoke. Not connecting at all. Tosses a molly to try to flush out his opponent. And it's molly. Got it. There was the final member of Playbook Esports. Playbook Esports out. Now the door is wide open for Younger Galacticos.
Beautiful openings coming in. Yangon Galacticos now can seize this opportunity. The points to beat, they might have been able to done it. YG have yet to find those numbers, and now, speaking of which, they find a catch against Labokun. 227 points at this moment. Harame Bros did have a lot of all these elimination points, but all to play out for YG. They take it slow and steadily. They are the kings of the hill, but these kings will have to climb down eventually. Loki still managed to spot one out, but with that angle, he managed to eliminate that bot. Now the next challenger to try to take up the fight up against them is Kaya. Kaya, is he really going to climb up? Nope. Denied by Romeo Boy.
Oh man, with this circle, with this sort of high ground, Younger Radicals are currently the kings of this circle, and they not only have people on the high ground, they have people on the low ground as well. So they have different angles covered. Romeo Boy from the side, putting back onto KE, gets a elimination point onto Kaya, and that's going to be another point secured. Now they are above Playbook Esports.
They're just gonna make it rain. WTZ also bringing out the AK into good use. KE thought that this is gonna be safe for them to ram over on the corner hill. Now they will be brought back down. A dangerous descent as we will see them being on wheels. But at least it's a lot safer considering that YG has been having all the angles up against it.
Whoa.
Big leap of faith! WTZ did survive, thankfully. Meanwhile, it's not going to be easy for these guys out there. YG somehow still has the leverage of the circle.
Stage 6, they still got it. All of them in the circle with this kind of high ground. This is crazy. This is crazy. But let's not also forget, they're starting to collect placement points as well with 5 teams left. They should have done enough to overtake Karame Bros. But let's see what's going to happen here with Say Cloud. Long range and gets low. Gets low, 50% of health left. Say Cloud continues on. Gets low. Where is he going to run? Where is he going to hide? The Mini 40 is still tapping onto him. He's dancing around. The Dusty deals on Miramar. And he still managed to make it. No, he did not. Say Cloud got him.
What a catch. Definitely took a while. RTC, they trade right back. Nas with a fantastic shot. Is this going to be close enough? They need those points to overtake GG. They did not do so. What a game-ending fight here by the corner of the creative fields as the Master Vape had been snuck up long enough, but they will have to walk towards their own demise. 3 more teams remaining. YG, undeniably the kings right here. STE desperate to get into the vehicle, and it's about to blow up. They will have to let go, but now they're directly in the front of YG. How are they supposed to even look for this pickoff? There's barely informed angles. KE, the moment they pull back, they are just holding back. It's really about a battle of who ends up at number 2, rather than who actually gets a chicken dinner, because very likely than not, YG is walking away with this game.
Yeah, looking likely. The bad thing about Young Galacticos' position is that there's no way they can replenish their utilities or even bullets. Because whatever eliminations that they got, the loot is all the way down there. But they're still getting elimination points in. They just took out NC2. So now they have collected 9 eliminations. Man, they have done enough. They have done enough to be the best performing team this week. But let's see if they can wrap things up with a chicken dinner. As Loki, together with Saycloud, will get slow. And one more to go. Lucy falls to WTZ. What does it take to stop Young Galacticos? This could be a perfect round for them. Only KE left.
Nothing can stop Yangon Galacticos unless if Campus and also the final member out there, Master D2K, has something to say. A top 2 performance for KE for a little bit of recovery, while the rest of YG, they are here to celebrate the final win as the pride of Myanmar is going to look to close out this game up against some of the members of KE. It's all about waiting for the inevitable here. Who knows? There might just be slip-ups, but games like this have never slipped away from the hands of Yangon Galacticos. Slow approach. Saycloud might not have any form of meds right now. He could still pop one if anyone has any to spare. But, you know, they're confident. They'll drop all these grenades. A slow ending to the night, but an ending that was eventful enough. Here it comes. Close tosses. 1v1 battle. They can take the sweet time. Campus, how long more can he hold?
Well, Romeo Boys now right on the rooftop. It's a matter of time to Younger Galacticos actually execute their plan. They are surrounding this compound. It's going to be the final finale battle here. D2K, oh, Campus went down. Only D2K left. Romeo Boy goes down, but D2K takes one out. Okay. So he has the time to going for the revive, but Q Loki will not give him that time and space. One nade side across, almost to get out D2K. D2K is pretty low, still goes in for the revive. He will not let go. Campus by Campus falls again to the hands of Saycloud. D2K, 10% of health left, healing himself up. He should have that time, but they will not give him time. As Younger Galacticos will seal the final chicken dinner for the league stage and Romeo weekly champion.
What an epic end of that. We were talking so much about PBE, we were talking about Harame Bros, but come time when it is Miramar, they have absolutely shown us that they are bosses to really order people around. Top 2 on that previous map, and now the winners of the chicken dinner. So within these 2 rounds, I think that they've got collected about 30 over points just by itself. So that should be good enough on paper. But we gotta also consider Harame Bros, they got the 10 points on this round. I'm not sure about PBE. The last I checked on PBE, I don't really see them being involved in that many fights. So it's about time we would go back and rewind on all the ruckus that went on here in Miramar.
And now that the top is pretty much, I would say, sealed, locked in, I'm more interested to see like the bottom 4, how locked in is it. But looking at like some of the obvious numbers, right, like Flash Vision Esports, RTC, both of them went out fairly early, especially Flash Vision Esports, the second team to be eliminated. Based on these highlights as well, definitely they are out, and we'll see them again hopefully next season. RTC the same as well. Now the other 2 that I'll be curious to find out, there are a lot of numbers, a lot of like things or other factors that could disrupt, that could change the bottom 4. So that's something that we'll be looking forward to later on. Looking at the final moments here, the position, the circle, Yangon Galacticos from the south coming in, took those high grounds. They got the circle to like what stage? Even stage 8, there was part of that circle. So there was nothing that could stop Yangon Galacticos, or there was nothing that could shoo away Yangon Galacticos from that exquisite high ground position.
Yeah, it definitely has been a real tough game out there for the side of KE, but they will be happy with a top 2 finish. Cute Loki, back-to-back MVP. Are we looking at the Terminator of the week? I say maybe, but I think that there's also Federales and also some of the Asha members that played out pretty decently throughout the course. So I would still say that that title will be heavily contested right now with this massive 7,320 damage of a round for Cute Loki. Impressive.
Yeah, and who needs assist when you can bring in the team eliminations, right? So more than half of the team eliminations was brought to you by Loki himself. And total heal, that's a lot of heal, not gonna lie, 420. So he took a lot of damage. He was tanking it for the team with a maximum survival time in this round of 27 minutes and 8 seconds. So not the first time that Cute Loki gets the MVP, not only today, but also the entire week. Like what you said, the Terminator week is definitely contested. And team of the week, well, definitely it's going to be Yangon Galacticos now with the 13 eliminations that they got.
Yeah, this has been the best that we have seen so far on how Elite can conclude. And I'm happy for Yangon Galacticos because they remain to be very competitive, although they weren't exactly in the limelight for most part. Today, looking ultra consistent, and they have been having themselves the big rewards paid off very handsomely to conclude the night with a chicken dinner. So I think YG, they are definitely battle ready for the grand finals. We'll definitely have to check in again on the form of all the other squads out there. So I guess about in a matter of moments, we'll look into all these quick stats to even elaborate on what this round entails. What sort of shifts do we see in the leaderboard? Is it PBE above Harame Bros, or is Harame Bros now above PBE? So many questions left unanswered, and it will happen in a moment's time.
And here are some of the overall stats here. Well, throwables used this one on the lower side, but I could understand as well. I mean, it's the last round. We did talk about some of the teams have nothing less to play for, so they just go out all guns blazing. Like, who needs throwables by then, right? You just shoot. And another factor is that Yangon Galacticos, who lasted all the way to a chicken dinner, they took that high ground like for the longest time. They didn't really need much throwables, so that was also like one team of the contributing to this number. Hence, the number is pretty low this time. 178 is definitely on the lower side. Normally, we will see around a range of like 250 or so, even in the Miramar match. So the numbers definitely swing this time just because it's a final round of the league stage. But when we come back for the grand finals, I would expect this number to spike up again.
Yeah, grand finals, we will have the best teams available. And now, time to unveil the current standings. Massive 23 pointers for Yangon Galacticos. And today, I think STE has been one of the exceptional teams to be very consistent on the run. KE, despite finishing second, they will now drop to third because STE has got more exclamation points. Harame Bros ended their run early, but it was a 10-pointer run. So I would still say it was quite the chaotic fight that we've had throughout the course of Miramar, but we saw a lot of exchanges taking place. GE did not get any points out of this run, which definitely hurt their chances, which, you know, we kick off our day. Genesis was very close to really claiming that top spot.
Yeah, so the last round, they had to come up big, but it was a 0-point round for them. But nevertheless, we still see GE in the grand finals here. I know a lot of GE fans are concerned, and I can totally understand that, but the grand finals is where it matters. And this is official that Yangon Galacticos is your weekly champion with 250 points, followed by Harame Bros, 233, Playbook Esports at third with 232. And then we have a rather significant gap between Playbook Esports and GE.
Yeah, if there's no boo-boo coming from PBE, that's 3 points being taken off the list. So, yeah, it's starting to hurt them a little bit. It's just basically -1 bonus points for the grand finals, but I think that they're happy enough to remain to be very competitive. Now, as much as we're looking at the overall standings, sure, the TTQ managed to move into the top 16, but I think that we need to add up the points of the bonus points to see who will be our top 16 teams, and that's what matters most. Anyone who's currently on 16, they are looking healthy for sure. I'm not sure about GG. Is it enough for them now that they are on 18th? Because once we add all this up, it will be your teams right on your screen to be able to make the cut. Anywhere from 17 to 20 will be eliminated. So, of course, with that, we'd like to, of course, thank RTC, GGE, Flash Region Esports, as well as GOT7 for participating in the tournament.
Well, this is the weekly standings. So we need to tabulate all these together with the remaining or the earlier or week 1, week 2, basically, to determine who is the top 16 there. So, okay.
I just think I'm too early. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry if I offended anybody out there. So it's not over just yet. This is just weekly points. Thankfully.
Yeah, but frankly speaking, if you ask me, will this bottom 4 change? My hunch is no. But we'll get a confirmation in a little bit more, right? We also want to find out like who are our league champions who brings home majority of the prize pool, and it's still Oscha Esports, ladies and gentlemen. And though they have the same amount of total league points as Yangon Galacticos, they actually won the tiebreaker against them by winning more chicken dinners than Yangon Galacticos. Now, note as well, same goes for FRL and KE. FRL scored more chicken dinners than KE, hence they are above KE. But our bottom 4 remains.
The bottom 4 remains, which means that Exquisite managed to make the cut. Unfortunate for GOT7. They did manage to get games to be played out for today. Else they could have had a chance to fend off Exquisite Esports, who are just 1 point up ahead. So this is going to be your top 16 to make the cut. But over onto our top 5 of the field, I think it remains to be ultra competitive. And now that PBE have finally found their form here in the final week of the league, I hope that they stay consistent because they will need to carry on forward, as these are our finalist teams where we've got Asha Esports, Yangon Galacticos, Harame Bros, Genesis Esports, Go, Playbook Esports, Dread, Sin, and many more.
Well, I also want to point out that before we started the week, it was actually Exquisite Esports on the bottom 4, and they made it through in the last week to be the grand finals, pushing down GOT7. So all the Filipino teams will be in the grand finals, making it through. So Exquisite Esports, they basically made the great escape by 1 point.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And this is done with Exquisite not being in this matchup for the evening as well. So it has been an impressive feel. We will definitely check in on our teams again. And of course, they will be fighting for that spot to qualify for the PMGC that will be happening closer to the end of the year. So that is going to be that golden ticket for 1 out of the 16 teams to be able to make the cut, and we shall find out real soon. What a conclusion it has been, Sir Cloud. I'm glad that we get to cast some of these matches, as now everything draws to a close. I can't wait for the finals to begin.
Oh yeah, the finals will definitely be hard, right? And this will be their head start points in the grand finals. Austria Esports will have a 30-point start, followed by Younger Radicals 22 points. And then we have Harame Bros 18, GE 16, GOAT 15, PB 14, Dread 13, Sin 12, Elevate 8, STE 7, T-Max V9 6, FRL 5, KE 4, TTQ 3, Risk Guys 2, and Exquisite, who made a Cinderella story comeback, held on enough points to go through. They start off with 1 point.
And of course, it is a big deficit, but who knows if Exquisite find a good momentum, find a couple of chicken dinners through the final stage, and maybe pull off a Hail Mary attempt to get all the way to the top. It's still entirely possible. So, of course, hit start points is being rewarded to the teams that have been consistent. Asia will be taking a decent lead to begin their run, but you know, certain games you might actually see teams slip up. But it has been some really exciting run over the course of all these, for 1 whole month as a matter of fact. And now down to the final week, I will be, of course, keeping my eyes closely while you as well as Chichi will be able to cast the finals. I'm definitely looking forward to that.
It will be me and another person that will leave a secret for now, right? Because we want the fans to tune in to find out who could it be by then. And of course, who will be the champion for this season PMCL, who will also represent the PMCL region in the PMGC later on. So, last words, Contra?
Well, all I gotta say is thank you for tuning in, and make sure you mark your calendars because we will begin our finals run in a couple of days. We'll see you then. Have a good night. And of course, before that, I hope that you guys hit that sub button and make sure you follow PUBG Esports for even more latest news. Till then, see you.